The Clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Passenger Railway Services Public Ownership Bill Committee.
Order. Order.
Passenger Railway Services Public Ownership Bill.
Can I remind members that in committee members should not address the Chair as Deputy Speaker. Please use our names when addressing the Chair. Madam Chair, Chair, Madam Chairman are also acceptable. We're going to begin with Amendment 18 to Clause 1, with which it will be convenient to consider all other amendments selected and the clauses and schedule to the bill. I call Helen Whately to move Amendment 18.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I beg to move Amendment 18, which stands in my name and in the name of my honourable friends. May I say how good it is to see you all so soon after the summer recess, and I know that the Right Honourable Lady has been busy during the summer, though I do hope that, like the Deputy Prime Minister, she managed to find some time to let her hair down. When we last met, I set out why we, on this side of the House, cannot support this bill. I do not doubt that members opposite sincerely believe in their plan. They sincerely believe in getting rid of privately run train operators and sincerely believe in putting politicians in charge of running train services. But just because an ideological belief is deeply held, that doesn't make it right. And it's certainly not the same as using evidence as a basis for decision-making. Our railways are vital to our economy. Millions of people rely on trains, whether to get them to work or school, to make essential journeys, to see family and friends, or simply to visit other parts of the country. Our rail system is complex, a mix of public and private built up over many, many years. But can I say, Madam Chair, something our railway is not? It is not a toy train set to be played with. But I fear that this is the approach this government is taking towards it, rushing this ideological reworking of our rail system despite the absence of solid evidence to back up their approach, at a time when other countries are choosing to increase private sector involvement and competition in their rail systems. There is no good reason for this committee stage to be raced through in one day, rather than through a normal bill committee, which would allow proper time for consideration and discussion, the time appropriate for such a substantial and significant change. Proper time would allow this legislation to be made better, indeed fit for purpose, drawing on the strengths of our rail system as well as the weaknesses and using the lessons of our experience and others, albeit while still fulfilling the government's intention as set out in their manifesto. Instead, in their haste, this bill simply takes a one-size-fits-all approach, pulling the plug even on the best train operating companies despite the mixed record of the Department for Transport when it comes to the performance of the ones they run already. Instead, in their haste, the bill lacks any controls or incentives to reduce the risk to taxpayers and passengers of increased cost, and we can say the same for performance. Where are the incentives in this bill to improve that? Or the protections for passengers should performance worsen when the Right Honourable Lady is at the controls of our trains? In their haste, those are missing too. And in their haste, they're going to bring thousands of rail workers into the public sector, all under a single government employ, if they do what they said in their manifesto. So we'll have unions reclining comfortably on ministerial sofas as they discuss pay for thousands of people funded by the taxpayer with no safeguards to speak of to make sure the taxpayer gets a good deal. Madam Chair, I asked at second reading that over the summer some more thought should go into this bill. I asked a series of questions. I made a number of suggestions. I was expecting, at the very least, to see the government table some amendments. But I'm sorry to report, as far as I can see, the government is going full steam ahead. There is no sign that any serious thought has been given to the long-term impact of government-run train companies on growth or the efficiency of our railways. There's barely a word on the liabilities this will transfer onto the government's balance sheet. And crucially, no evidence shared on how passengers and their journeys will be affected. Fundamentally, the government is rushing ahead but travelling blind, pressing on irrespective of the impact on passengers or taxpayers, which they simply don't know. The Right Honourable Lady has made herself passenger-in-chief and then set off on a journey without knowing where the destination is. That is not a sensible way to govern. Passengers should always come first, above providers, above unions, above ideology. That's why, Madam Chair, our first amendment is to require the government to set out what impact they believe this bill will have. I will give way to the Honourable Lady.
The Honourable Member for giving way. Madam Deputy Speaker, I find her comments on public ownership a bit rich, given that privatisation of our railways has spelt 30 years of failure, of delays and price increases for passengers, and eye-watering profits for private companies. Most people in the UK opposed privatisation at the time. Most people still oppose it today. And in fact, even voters of her own party, a clear majority, oppose the privatisation of the railways. Can she not see that in bringing forward this bill, the Secretary of State is serving the interests of our constituents?
Unfortunately, the Honourable Member is simply wrong in some of the statements she makes. Now, I'm not ideological about this, and I know there's a place for the public sector and there's a place for the private sector. In our reforms, we proposed a closer working together of track and train, the Great British Railways, much of which I know this government is planning to bring forwards. But there are also benefits to this country, and there have been, of privatisation, including the significant growth in passenger numbers, something not seen in many other countries. And that's one reason why European countries, several of them, are planning to follow our model and increase the competition in their rail services in order to drive up passenger numbers and provide greater efficiencies. Madam Chair, I said a moment ago, our first amendment is to require the government to set out what impact they believe this bill will have. For instance, what impact getting rid of private sector train companies, good performers as well as the weaker ones, will have on passengers, on fares, on reliability and on the cost of the railway to taxpayers. Our amendment proposes the government should set this out clearly in a report within the next 6 months. I am sure honourable members don't consider that unreasonable. In fact, surely it is the least any of us would want to see, representing, as we all do, both rail users and taxpayers. That would mean we would all know what difference the government expects this legislation to make. Set out, I would hope, in a way that stands up to scrutiny, draws on evidence, and with a suitable level of rigour for something so significant. It would also give us all something to hold the government to account against, and indeed the managers who take over responsibility for train operators. To which end, our first amendment also proposes a follow-up report in 5 years' time which should articulate the actual impact of these reforms. This is not a lot to ask, so I do hope the government will consider this amendment seriously. Passengers and taxpayers deserve to know what difference this change is likely to make, and then what change it has made, what difference to services and to costs, what their money will buy, and then how wisely it has been spent, and to compare the impact of the choices this government is making to those being made by governments across Europe who, as I said, are reforming railways in the other direction, unwinding their public models and introducing more private provision into their networks. I'm very happy to give way to the Honourable Member.
Very grateful for the Shadow Minister giving way. She asks about the benefits that would accrue if this change is made. And we on these benches have been working on this 4 years, so the suggestion that somehow this has been rushed is a nonsense. But may I just gently point out to her that with this change, we will see millions, if not billions of pounds shipping out of this industry over the years that has gone to subsidise and support other nation states' railway systems. If ever there was a nonsense, this is it, staring us in the face. And she talks about ideology. The ideology of privatisation has been ruinous for the railways. It's about time it was corrected.
There are a few problems with what the Honourable Member has just said. One is the fact that he talks about these figures, but the government simply has not set out, has not taken the time or the trouble to set out what the impact of this bill is expected to be on passengers and on taxpayers. Were the government confident in that, I'm sure they would have set it out, but they have not. That's why our amendment proposes that they should set it out. We also know that while on the one hand, yes, there are some savings to be made from management fees, and I will come to that later in my speech, the fact is that the benefits of competition, the pressure of a P&L and the bottom line, we know drives innovation and brings with it efficiency, which does not necessarily happen to the same extent in the public sector. Now I will make some progress. Madam Chair, this is also why we have tabled amendments to put some conditions on franchises moving into the public sector. Under the Right Honourable Lady's plan, the running of trains on our network will increasingly be tasked to a little-known government company called DfT OLR Holdings, or DOHL, the current operator of last resort. It seems to me a huge risk to expect DOHL to successfully take over and run every franchise in the country. DOHL has had, shall we say, mixed results with the franchises it has already taken over. And to expect it to run a further 10 on top of the 4 it's currently operating strikes me as a lot to ask. I recognise that the bill already makes reference to this by providing for franchise extensions where it would not be practical to bring the service in-house. But under the current plans, that will be decided by the Secretary of State. Now, it's not that I don't trust the Right Honourable Lady, but she has shown herself to have a great deal of confidence in public operators in the absence of any substantial grounds for that confidence. I've also been told that there is no plan to increase headcount or budget or resources of any kind for DOHL as it takes on this increase in workload from 4 to 14 franchises. Now, I welcome the government making an effort to achieve efficiencies at the centre, but struggle to believe that a more than tripling of the number of franchises brought in-house won't involve some increase in resources. Therefore, we think it would be prudent for the Office of Rail and Road to independently form a judgment on whether DOHL has the capacity and expertise to take on each new franchise as it comes up, to run it at a minimum, as well as it is already being run. This could be done well in advance of most contracts ending, so this is really not a hindrance to her plans, but it would provide a great deal of reassurance to passengers and all of us as their representatives about the capacity of the government to successfully take over the functions of so many train operating companies. Happy to give way to honourable gentlemen.
I'm grateful to the Shadow Minister for giving way. Just on this point about impact assessments and how can we have confidence that the DHOL will improve performance. Well, past performance we can look at. And may I remind the Shadow Minister that the operator of last resort currently runs 14 franchises. And the franchise, the East Coast Main Line that serves my region, when it was taken over, LNER took over the East Coast Main Line, revenues have grown substantially. And in terms of performance, Trans-Pennine Express, which were brought back into public sector operations in May of last year, we've seen cancellations decrease from an average of around 20% down to 5%. And in the last quarter, Trans-Pennine, which is run by the operator of last resort, which will be the DHOL, were the most improved operator in terms of cancellation scores compared to the same period last year.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I accept some of the points the Honourable Member made. That is why I said that the record of DOHL has been mixed on this, where sometimes there has been improvement in performance, but that is not the case for all of the franchises that it runs. So its record is mixed. And therefore, that is my reason for not being confident that it is the right organisation to take on such a large increase in its workload, particularly without any further resources, and including some operators which are performing better than the train companies he mentioned. Madam Chair, returning to the point that I was just coming to, we also want every contract awarded to place a duty on DOHL to look at how to modernise our network and to make sure passengers are at the forefront of all decision making, not just passengers in urban areas and around London, but crucially passengers in rural areas and places that have traditionally been underserved by the rail network. Time and again, the lady opposite has said that her number one priority is passengers, that she will protect their interests above all else, that it is for them that she is seeking this change. This is a chance to put her money where her mouth is and actually create a legal duty that promotes the needs of passengers in all future agreements with public sector operators. This will build in a layer of accountability for things which we all agree are important. Coming to Amendment 8, public bodies marking their own homework is not something we on this side of the House believe leads to good results. I know from my time in government that independent scrutiny makes life harder for ministers, but it also improves accountability and with that outcomes. That's why we are also seeking to introduce proper financial reporting and oversight for public sector operators. Under the franchise system, whatever its shortcomings, train operators are incentivised to increase passenger numbers and control costs. That has been an undeniable success of privatisation. Passenger numbers have doubled and costs been controlled, increasing at a far slower rate than revenue. In future, passengers and taxpayers will have to foot the bill for any loss of control on costs, for any inefficiencies or any failures to innovate. That's a serious implication and something we should do our best to protect people from. Creating or recreating some incentives is a good place to start. We will need to know how well the public train companies are performing, what they're doing to increase passenger numbers and drive growth in rail services, how reliable their services are, how well they're keeping costs under control, how satisfied passengers are with the service they're providing. Our proposals would allow us to identify both good and bad performance, hold the managers of these companies to account and reward them accordingly, for instance, by linking managerial pay to performance. These companies will no longer have shareholders to answer to all the financial incentives that go with a senior role in the private sector. The government has told us part of their rationale for these changes is to better align incentives of train operators with passengers, but this bill currently provides no mechanism for that. We're not seeking to frustrate a change this government was elected to deliver. We simply wish to bring some proper transparency and accountability to the process. That includes reporting on the costs involved with bringing operating companies under public ownership. Those opposite will no doubt point to the money that we save by removing management fees, but this equation is not one-sided, because while she might be saving £150 million each year on fees, industry experts predicted that this bill could cost passengers and taxpayers up to £1 billion a year extra through lost productivity and growth. And that's before you account for the government taking on all of the long-term liabilities of these companies. Pension obligations, rolling stock, long-term leases, these will all be transferred onto the government balance sheet, and we have had alarmingly little information on what that figure will be. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
The Shadow Secretary of State for giving way, and she's making a case from her ideological point of view, even though she denies it, because running through the Shadow Secretary of State's statement is a deep suspicion of the public sector. Suddenly, the Shadow Secretary of State is suspicious about the quality of service for passengers. Suddenly, the Shadow Secretary of State is suspicious about the quality of service provided and the amount of money being spent on it. If only those suspicions and that scrutiny had been applied by the Shadow Secretary of State whilst in government, along with her colleagues, to the disastrous privatised railway service. And is the Shadow Secretary of State really trying to convince this House that the privatisation of the railways was in any way a success? It seems to me that the Shadow Secretary of State is trying to stand as a barrier between public opinion and progress of this bill, because the majority of people in this country support the public ownership of the railways. A Labour government was elected also with this as a clear manifesto pledge. I am. Thank you. And I'll bring my remarks to a close by saying, isn't it the case that, in fact, the Shadow Secretary of State is being deeply ideological and is only interested in the privatised model with the pursuit of profit, regardless of the effect on the public?
Well, He and I probably do have different views ideologically, fundamentally. I will acknowledge that, because I think he probably, as implied in his statements, thinks that profit is bad. Well, I think that profit can be a helpful thing, and it's thanks to the motivations of people to make profits that we in this country and many other countries with similar economies have this prosperity that we enjoy today. I think government can do a lot, but I'm also always thoughtful about when government can help and when government might hinder. And that's why I take a view that sometimes it's right in rail for the public sector to do things, and sometimes it's right for the private sector to do things. But one of the things that I fundamentally think is missing in this bill is scrutiny. Now, I'm not trying to frustrate the mandate that his party has to bring forward this legislation. I think I've made that clear. But what I do want to do is improve it. And improving it involves there being a level of transparency and accountability which simply isn't in this bill. That's why I've tabled the set of amendments that I have. Madam Chair, we are also seeking some clarity on how this bill will affect other privately run passenger services on the network. It is clear that deep down, those opposite know that the public sector can't and shouldn't run every service on the network. That's why open access operators like Eurostar and Gatwick Express have quite rightly been allowed to continue under these plans. Open access represents a huge opportunity for passenger rail in this country. When done right, it can provide nimble, cost-effective services which give passengers greater choice and bring in revenue for the network. In fact, the European Union has enshrined in law the rights of open access operators in tendering for passenger services across the EU. Now, we are not, at this stage, proposing this, but I am concerned about how this change, this bill, impacts open access operators already operating on the network and what opportunities remain open to them or others to offer new open access services in the future. The same goes for the future of devolved concessionary models. Why, if you truly believe that private providers are simply siphoning off cash, can TfL and Merseyside still run concessionary models? While I happen to think they should be allowed to do this, it doesn't seem fair to have one rule for Sadiq Khan and another rule for everyone else. What about Manchester, Leeds, Birmingham? What if they want to run their own transport system how it suits them? And my understanding is that the Labour government wants to build on the progress we have made in devolving responsibilities to cities and regions. But this bill looks more likely to reduce the options for other devolved authorities, leaving them only able to run concessionary models if they get an exemption under Section 24 of the 1993 Railways Act to do so. This brings me on to unions and pay. This bill will, over time, create tens of thousands of new public sector rail workers on a jumble of anachronistic terms and conditions. There should be an independent body to look at what we're inheriting and then to advise on what's fair to those employees and the taxpayer each year when it comes to pay. Teachers, nurses, doctors, our armed forces all have independent bodies who help take the politics out of pay. And how can it be a good idea for rail union bosses to sit around the table with ministers negotiating pay without the assistance of an independent pay review body, especially ministers who from time to time benefit from generous union donations? I can imagine the Right Honourable Lady herself can see how that would look. She must know that it wouldn't pass the sniff test, that this looks like the return of the 1970s, the return to deals done over beer and sandwiches in number 10, and surely nobody in this country beside the unions wants to see that happen. We've actually just had a taste of it with their recent ASLEF deal, in which ministers skillfully negotiated a bumper pay rise to train drivers with nothing in return, nothing for passengers and taxpayers. This no-strings pay deal meant removing all reforms to working practices. In other words, all the things that might help modernise the network and drive down fares. Shortly followed by ASLEF announcing another strike anyway. And who knows what deal was done to get that called off. But perhaps she will be making a statement on this. We on this side of the House are blue in the face for making this argument, but you do not raise living standards with inflationary pay rises, you raise them by improving productivity. I'm happy to give way to the Right Honourable Lady.
I'd be interested to know if the Honourable Lady had spoken to her immediate predecessor to understand exactly what the value of the reforms he was pursuing, and if she was aware that they were worth less than half the cost of every time the railways went on strike under his leadership.
Unfortunately, her approach is deeply flawed and risks us facing more strikes in future rather than fewer. Yes, I can assure her, to directly answer her question, I have spoken to her predecessor in the role, and I know that the reforms that are proposed are crucial, not only to modernising the railways, not only to control increasing costs and fares, but also to improve the reliability of our train services. And unfortunately, she gave that all up overnight and gave away that bumper pay deal of almost 15% with nothing on the other side to improve services. Madam Chair, the independent body I'm proposing would look at pay and terms and conditions in the round. They could shed some light on who is getting a fair deal and help put modernisation at the top of the agenda in negotiations. Given that this government seems to be set on creating a single huge employer across the network, as set out in their manifesto, which surely means harmonising pay and terms and conditions across many thousands of employees, none of whom I suspect want to give up whatever terms they most value, a 4-day working week, 34 days of annual leave, the extra money they negotiated to start using iPads as some examples. Can she imagine what effect this might have on ticket prices, on the efficiency of our network? An independent pay review body could at least gather evidence and then advise government on what makes sense to fill jobs and to provide value for money for the taxpayer. Madam Chair, I am grateful to you for giving me some time to outline our amendments, and mindful of other members who wish to talk to their amendments and make maiden speeches. I will therefore wrap up my comments with a couple of final points. As we made clear at second reading, His Majesty's official opposition does not support this bill. Our rail system needs reform. We had set out plans to do that, but this bill is not the right way to go about it. In fact, on the contrary, the government is being driven by a flawed ideological belief along the lines of public sector good, private sector bad. It is not underpinned by evidence of what works. They're not being straight with people about the possible downsides, like higher fares for passengers, higher costs for taxpayers, and less reliable trains. They're rushing this bill through for why? Is it to please their backbenchers, who we know are deeply unhappy about scrapping the winter fuel allowance, or is it to please their union paymasters? I know the Right Honourable Lady has promised everyone that she is going to move fast and fix things, but this looks more like moving fast and breaking things. So I will say sincerely to the Right Honourable Lady, as I'm sure she will want to make this legislation as good as it can be, and I'm sure she, like me, wants to do the best possible job for all our constituents and for the country we serve, please consider the amendments we have tabled and think hard about giving them the government's support.
The question is that Amendment 18 be made. As a point of information and for my assistance, it would be very helpful if members wishing to be called could indicate clearly that they wish to do so. Thank you. Grahame Stringer.
That was quicker than I expected. Madam Chair, however, if I can, before I come to the amendment I've put down, if I can just remember, because I think I'm probably the only member in the chamber who would remember the debate on the National Audit Office report after the original privatisation of rail. Because if the Honourable Lady applied her amendment to the original decision to privatise the rail, she would find that against the criteria that the government were using, it has been a complete failure. I remember in this chamber asking Teddy Taylor, who was a Conservative I respected greatly, how he justified selling off the railways at less cost than they were worth, which is what the National Audit Office report said. His justification, which was Conservative government policy previously, was it doesn't matter because we will take all the subsidy out of the railways. So had the Honourable Lady been present And had those tests been applied to the original policy, privatisation against the Conservatives' policy would have been seen to be a complete failure. The other point I would like to make on what the Honourable Lady has said, which a number of interventions from this side have brought out, is that there has been a huge amount of money transferred out of this country to other rail systems, to pension funds in North America and elsewhere, which could have been used to the benefit of the transport system in this country. Incidentally, one of the reasons passenger numbers have increased on the railways is because the government did not invest in roads over many years, and that has led to congestion, forcing people onto the railways. It's not the privatisation of the railways that has attracted those passengers. But those profits that have gone out are precisely because the Treasury did not want the debt on the balance sheets. And one cannot have it both ways. If we're to repatriate those profits, which I believe taking back into public ownership the whole of the railways will do, then of course you have to take the debt. By just making an accountancy sleight of hand, because the Treasury don't like seeing that on the balance sheets, that is the direct cause of the profits being taken out of this country. Now, on this side, Madam Chair, there is real enthusiasm for this bill, and the sooner the train operating companies are back in public hands and that money is repatriated to this country, the better. But what I do share with the shadow transport spokesperson is a worry that maybe the officials in the Department of Transport aren't up to it. Maybe there will be excuses used to slow things down because the operator of last resort is not ready and they're worried about taking on the extra capacity. It's a genuine worry, but it is a problem that should and has to be overcome if we want a publicly owned railway working to the benefit of passengers and the taxpayers of this country, and not a privatised system. And so I put down an amendment which takes out what could be used as a loophole, subsection 3 of clause 2, which would allow the Secretary of State to carry on with the franchise under certain circumstances. So I'd ask my honourable friends on the front bench to be explicit about what those circumstances might be, because my worry is that they will be getting advice from officials in the Department of Transport who have not covered themselves in glory, who have failed with the railways over many, many years. And if, because the Right Honourable Lady opposite likes evidence, there is a report of the Public Accounts Committee of May this year, which is excoriating in how it describes the officials in the Department of Transport, how they have dealt with the railway system. I'll read some of the conclusions from that report, because it should worry us all if we want this bill to work, not just to be passed into legislation, but to actually work. The first point made, all-party committee, Conservative majority in May of this year. It has been 6 years since the department identified the need for a route and branch review of the railways, but it has achieved very little in this time. That's the first point. There has been little focus on passengers and taxpayers and how to get them a better deal. These are the first very worrying points from Labour's perspective. If I can find the next point. 6 years since the department started work on rail reform, it has failed to resolve fundamental disagreements and clarify key aspects of reform. And the last point, there are other points, but I don't want to bore the House too much. The department has failed to engage with the workforce to successfully deliver its reform ambitions. So that's very worrying. An official from the department, when discussing the appalling performance of Avanti, which I think is permanently in breach of its contract, and they have laughed at the government, they have laughed at the travelling public as they've received massive subsidies. They're not working for profit, they're not at risk, they've just been ripping off the taxpayer for many years since they took over from Virgin. In actual fact, a DfT spokesperson said stripping Avanti's contract would just cause more upheaval for passengers rather than solving the challenges the operator is facing. These include restrictive working practices that can't be reformed without ASLEF's agreement. I think those officials could be and have been a barrier to reform, and I wouldn't expect my honourable and right honourable friends on the front bench to do anything but be loyal to the officials who work in the department, but I would like them to respond about how they're going to overcome some of the potential problems that they will find in a department that they are in control of. Because there's not only those problems where there will be resistance, the way the franchises come up, some of the better train operating companies, like Anglia, for instance, who have a reasonable record on these affairs, come up first. And Avanti has got about 8 years, I think, left on its of its contract. It seems to me that it would be easy for officials to recommend staying with the best first rather than the worst. That is not in the interest of passengers or the taxpayer. We really need, as a government, to get in control of that and, in actual fact, deal with the worst first, because that is where we're losing money, that is where passengers are suffering, and that is where money is being taken out of the system. So, as I say, I don't expect the front bench to criticise the officials who they have to work with, but I hope they will take it on board that there is real problems and we need to deliver right across the rail system to create a wholly publicly owned industry as soon as possible.
Wera Hobhouse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our Liberal Democrat first principle is to put the rail user at the heart of any new arrangements for rail passenger services. We are ultimately agnostic about public or private ownership so long as what the government is proposing is clearly delivering the improvements on our railways that are so desperately needed. I thank the Minister for the prior engagement to today's debate. I'm aware that the bill in front of us is only a step towards more comprehensive legislation later in this Parliament. We Liberal Democrats have tabled 3 amendments to address 3 core issues which are relevant to this legislation but might become even more relevant for any future plans of the government. Amendment 21 is aimed at keeping passenger experience under review. Public confidence in our rail system has been falling year on year. Greater scrutiny is needed on how nationalisation will impact day-to-day travel. Our amendment will ensure getting a fair deal for passengers is a guiding principle of this legislation.
Would the Honourable Lady give way?
Happy to give way.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. Would she agree with me that an essential part of that is addressing the problems that the railways face now? And while, as the Honourable Lady says, the Liberal Democrats are agnostic on nationalisation, the problems that the customers face now are about pricing and timetabling, and this bill won't actually address that.
I thank you for that intervention, and I repeat, it remains to be seen how quickly this can be addressed, and this is really our main point. We will scrutinise the government on how quickly these changes can be delivered, because that's really what all our constituents are asking for. Our amendment will ensure an annual report is published on the effects of public sector contracts and what they have on the ticketing system particularly. Fare hikes, delays and cancellations all contribute to the loss of confidence. Despite this, passengers' numbers are up. People want to use our railway as a clean, green way to travel. While we agree with the government that competition is not working as intended, we cannot expect nationalisation is a silver bullet that solves all the issues with our rail services. It is therefore vital that the government gets a clear picture and is fully transparent about how the public experience is throughout the change. The current ticketing system is simply not fit for purpose. Complicated and inconsistent ticketing is a barrier to rail travel. If we are to meet our climate commitments, green travel must be encouraged. I often hear from my Bath constituents that they find it hard to understand when a ticket is a best value for money. This highlights the need to simplify the entire system. When people go to buy a ticket, the best value share should be clear and displayed first. There have been cases where operator-owned ticket machines have an inbuilt bias to sell their own company's tickets, even if they are not the best value. Commuters should not have to jump through hoops to find the most effective price. This amendment would also look at the effects nationalisation has on digital season tickets and compensation for delays and cancellations. Delay repay is another big issue on our rail network. In the last reporting year, train operators closed 7.6 million delay compensation claims. That figure was 30% higher than the previous year, even though passenger journeys were only 16% higher. However, current operators treat delay repay claims differently. While some passengers can get automatic compensation if their journey is delayed, others have to fill in complicated forms and have to wait. A unified approach to delay repay is clearly needed to improve passenger experiences, and I would agree with my honourable friend that it is absolutely vital that passengers see these changes very quickly and see it now, rather than having to wait for a whole systems change. This is also the case with season tickets. Annual passes for similar length rail journeys differ immensely across the country depending on the operator. An annual report scrutinising how nationalisation affects these inconsistencies is essential to reducing them. To ensure passengers get a fair deal from nationalisation, I urge members to support our Amendment 21. Our next Amendment 20 is aimed to bring further confidence in bringing rail companies into public ownership. This amendment would establish an independent body to review contracts made by the Transport Secretary and public companies. This independent body should put the customer at the heart of services, as I've already said, deliver and put commuters first, and holding operators to account. The amendment ensures that if the independent body does not agree with the proposed contract, the Secretary of State must explain to Parliament why they are going ahead. To give the public confidence in our railways, the process of contract allocation must be kept under scrutiny and must be fully transparent. To our third amendment, the effect of Amendment 22 is to require the government to review how the transition to public ownership affects services such as Merseyrail and Transport for London. These services are already under public control, but in these cases the control is local, not national. This amendment will also allow the potential for more services to be operated by local public bodies in the future. And we have discussed that in our pre-meeting. The review would not simply look at direct impacts, but also engages with the local public bodies themselves on their capacity and their wish to deliver such services. If the new government is serious about devolution, the option for combined authorities to deliver services must be on the table. We have already seen how devolved authorities can deliver rail services very effectively. Transport for London and Merseyrail are two such examples. If devolved authorities wish to deliver rail services, there must be a way to have these discussions with central government. I understand there might be for the future, but it is important we put a marker down here now. Amendment 22 provides a mechanism for this process. Madam Chair, nationalisation must be a means to an end. The public at large does not care who is running the train, so long as there are good services and travel is affordable. Our Liberal Democrat amendments will ensure that this legislation is having the passenger at the heart of any changes and that the public gets value for money. I'm coming to at the very end of my remarks. Liberal Democrats want to work with the new government to improve our railways and deliver a fair deal for passengers, and I call on all colleagues to support our amendments. Thank you.
Catherine Atkinson.
Madam Chair, I shall address my remarks to my Amendment 7, a probing amendment whose main purpose is to raise and discuss procurement reform. I start with good news: 100 new jobs at Alstom Derby, refurbishing cross-country Voyager fleet in an upgrade worth £60 million. Train manufacturing in Derby was at death's door some months ago, and now it has a heartbeat, with 10 trains for the Elizabeth line in the pipeline. And I thank the Transport Secretary and many other honourable members for their extraordinary support in the dark days some months ago when hundreds of jobs at Alstom and thousands when you consider the supply chain and agency workers were being lost and the city came together to demand action. No one wants to see their city or their workplace go through that. So we need to see an end to boom and bust. Boom and bust replaced with consistency and certainty. Crisis and sticking plasters replaced with long-term funding and stable projects. We saw a failure to act in this way when privatisation happened. When British Rail was split up, there was a real concern that the upheaval would crush the world-renowned expertise in the supply chain in Derbyshire. According to the Hansard on 20th of December 1994, nationally, in that year alone, 5,000 jobs were lost. One of the first unnecessary tragedies of privatisation. In spite of that setback, over 10,000 workers are employed today in Europe's largest, most diverse rail cluster centred around Derby, which covers every aspect of the railway supply chain. Since the bill's second reading, I have been pleased to visit and meet with Rail Forum members, including Hübner, Serco, DBESG, Resonate, and Millennium Site Services, all enthusiastic about working with this government to deliver improvements to rail. The Transport Secretary said at second reading, as private operators are brought in, their contracts and supply chains will be considered to ensure that they are delivering the best possible service for passengers. My amendment seeks details of what that consideration will include. Specifically, the approach towards A, technological development, B, the management of demand and supply, C, the supply chain, D, future sectoral planning. Through better procurement, we can also speed up delivery, reduce costs, and create social value. A point made in the Maya Rail and Urban Transport Review recently published, and I commend the Transport Secretary for commissioning it. One of its valuable recommendations is that the Rail Minister should be given responsibility for working in partnership with business to support the establishment of local supply chain capability. It makes the point that as supply chain capability goes up, costs and skills shortages come down. I started with the good news of 100 jobs at Alstom, but there is no complacency in Derby, because we are looking ahead 5 and 10 years. and I know there is no complacency from the Transport Secretary. At second reading, the Honourable Member for Easington reminded the House that to meet decarbonisation goals, the UK needs to upgrade up to 4,000 rolling stock units. With management of contracts and sectoral planning, there is enough domestic work to create a stable base for train builders and their suppliers, who can then top this up with exports. And so I look forward to hearing from the Minister on how we can get the structure right now for delivery in the future.
Grahame Leadbitter.
Chair. I'm not going to speak for a great deal of time on this. It's largely devolved the issues for Scotland. However, I do welcome this bill, and the Scottish Government has been keen to support it through a legislative consent motion. That supports the work that's already been done in Scotland. We have put railway into public ownership as a last resort option, but this will provide stability going forward for the government and for the operator, and enable them to do much better medium and long-term planning with certainty of what the future holds. The one thing that the amendment I've put forward does bring into the debate is the role of rolling stock companies in the process. The Roscoes, and I know there are many honourable members from the opposite benches who will agree that the Roscoes are taking a huge amount of profit out of the public sector. Rolling stock contracts in the last couple of years took over £3 billion in each year. So the amount of profit being taken out of that is in the billions over the lifetime of the contracts, and that's money that could be reinvested in the railways. I appreciate that it's not in this part of the bill, but I would really like the government to come forward with proposals around Roscoe's in the next railways bill coming forward later in the session. So that's really all I want to put in at the moment. I'm not intending to push the amendment to a vote, but I would really like some assurance from the government bench that that will be given serious consideration about how we deal with the issue of Roscoe's and the amount of profit that is taken.
Grahame Morris.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Can I start by declaring an interest? I'm very proud of the fact that I'm a trades unionist and I have strong links to the transport unions, particularly Unite, RMT and ASLEF. And indeed, as I did point out at second reading, my first job many years ago when I was a young fellow was on the railways when they were part of British Rail. And in those days, I was a member of the National Union of Railwaymen. And more recently, I've also served on the Transport Select Committee for almost 6 years. And I'm delighted that many of the arguments and issues raised by myself and many other stakeholders, raised in numerous sessions, have finally found their way into a government bill and onto the floor of the House of Commons. I understand the opposition's call for reports in their amendments, performance assessments, impact assessments. Having served 14 years in opposition, Madam Chair, I'm familiar with the arguments. However, I think that the integrity of this bill must remain intact, and much of the information requested by the opposition will be produced routinely in relation to performance without the need for a separate clause to the bill. I want to thank my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Transport, and her team for prioritising this bill and bringing it back to the House so soon after the recess, continuing the momentum from before the summer. I believe the bill will fix a structural failure within UK railways by ending the presumption in favour of the private sector for passenger service delivery. Contrary to the views expressed by the opposition and set out quite eloquently by their Shadow Secretary of State, this bill will actually save taxpayers money, with profits used instead to improve rail services rather than inflating the considerable and unwarranted dividend payments to private train operators. And as my right honourable friend indicated, most often these private train operating companies are owned by foreign governments, and what we are doing in fact is subsidising the rail fares of passengers in other European countries. The previous government allowed train operating companies to pay out hundreds of millions in dividends while taking public subsidies. This is financial mismanagement. It's bad value for money. It's exploitative towards the taxpayer and to commuters. I'm happy to give way.
I'm very grateful to my old friend for giving way. The privatisation of the railway was a privatisation too far for even she whose portrait should be removed. But does my honourable friend agree with me that it's utterly ridiculous that the only nation state on the planet not being able to run the railway in this country is this one?
Absolutely, and if ever there was a charge of political dogma, that must be it. The fact that the British taxpayer and the British government are not allowed, under the terms of the privatisation, to own a stake in our own railway. And for too long, private companies have provided a substandard service while making substantial profits. Over the last 7 years, the remaining private train operating companies, I do apologise earlier, Madam Chairman, I said 14. There are 14 in total, 4 of which are currently provided by the state through the operator of last resort. So I did misspeak earlier. I apologise for misleading the House on that. But over the last 7 years, the train operating companies have paid out an average of £130 million annually to their shareholders. And often the shareholders, these are often companies that are owned by foreign governments in Germany and Italy and France and across Europe and the world, while passengers' day-to-day experience is being of overcrowded carriages, delays, service failure, and worst of all, some of the highest fares in Europe. And it's worth thinking about the costs and the profits that some of the private train operators have been able to generate to shareholders. And figures released just this week, Madam Chairman, show that Govia Thameslink Railways paid out a staggering £82.4 million in dividends, with £62.3 million of this being for the 2023-2024 financial year, and that represents a 268% increase from the previous year. Now, in return for these princely profits, Govia consistently failed to meet 2/3 of its customer service quality targets, or so it was reported in the Financial Times. This situation was encouraged to persist under the last Conservative government, and I welcome the fact that Labour is making this a priority from day one. This is fundamental to fixing the foundations and delivering the economic growth that was promised by the Prime Minister. I do want to support some of the comments that were made by my honourable friend, the member for Derby North, and the honourable gentleman, the member for Moray West, Nairn and Strathspey, and that's in relation to the rolling stock companies, the so-called Roscoes. Many commentators see a problem with the newly formed Great British Railways having to continue to lease rolling stock from Roscoes. This would allow these companies to profit from taxpayers' money. It's also my view Roscoes are an unnecessary link in the chain. I frequently raise this issue with experts and industry leaders on the Transport Select Committee, and I believe we would benefit from meeting our rolling stock needs by placing orders directly with UK-based manufacturers like Alstom and Hitachi, rather than enriching the Roscoes. I appreciate that the Secretary of State has made a strong start with this bill, despite being in post for a relatively short time. However, I must urge her to consider the points that have been raised by myself and other members on both sides of the House, about how we continue to procure rolling stock as we move forward. At the second reading debate, the Rail Minister stated that purchasing existing rolling stock would not be a responsible use of taxpayers' money. I understand that. But can the Minister clarify, when responding, whether there will be an option to directly purchase new rolling stock in the future under GBR, instead of having to continue to lease them through the Roscoes? As my honourable friend said, the UK needs to upgrade to 4,000 units of rolling stock over the coming decades, with Network Rail estimating costs in the tens of billions. This is an ideal opportunity to explore a new financing model for rolling stock. I'm not naive, I understand the financial situation we've inherited from the last government, but I ask the government to explore the not-for-profit financiers if rolling stock cannot be nationalised under GBR. And can I point out respectfully, Eurofirma, which is a supranational not-for-profit financier, they state that for every £1 billion in finance to UK railways, it could potentially save the taxpayer £350 million over 30 years due to lower financing costs. That's compared to using the existing Roscoes. So will the Secretary of State update us on the possibility of using not-for-profit financiers for rolling stock in preference to the Roscoes? I did want to take up the point that the Shadow Secretary of State made about the peer review bodies. And can I just point out, Madam Chair, that they're not universally welcomed. I was just looking about some of the responses about peer review bodies in the health service, and the last government has a less than wonderful record in relation to implementing the recommendations of peer review bodies, not least for the junior doctors. But the nurses, the Royal College of Nurses said of peer review bodies, there's nothing independent about them. The chairs and members of peer review bodies are handpicked by the Prime Minister and government ministers, and the terms of reference are decided by the government. I think there's some scepticism abroad about how truly independent they are, and then when they do make recommendations, whether or not the government are obligated to implement those in full. So I would like to ask our own front bench if it is possible to provide a timetable for the next steps, including when future bills will be introduced to the House of Commons and when Great British Railways is expected to be fully established. I do want to acknowledge and express my appreciation for the engagement of the front bench. Now I want to stress I'm going to be supporting this bill because I believe it represents a critical step in fixing the long-standing issues within our rail system. The current privatised framework has given a fragmented railway, failed to deliver value for money, and efficient service or customer satisfaction. So I'm pleased we're moving towards a model that prioritises the needs of passengers over the profits of shareholders. Rethinking our approach to rail management and financing is a crucial first step towards fixing the foundations and putting Great British Railways at the service of the travelling public.
I call Sean Burry.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just to start by saying the Greens are not agnostic on privatisation. We very much support the principle of this bill and look forward to its progress. I just wanted to make a very short speech on introducing the amendments numbers 2 to 5 that I've tabled. This set of amendments is very simple and common sense. Its goal is to leave open the opportunity for elected devolved bodies to set up companies they own to bid to run railway services under the overall guidance and wing of Great British Railways. Currently, the wording of the bill restricting the definition of a public sector company to those owned by ministers, either here or in Wales or Scotland, does not allow for this. And this seems to me to clash with the direction of travel for more public sector devolution, with which I and my party agree. Therefore, by amending section 30C to add the option for ministers in future to decide to choose a company set up or owned by combined authorities or groups of unitary county, district or borough councils who might decide to cooperate ahead of further devolution to improve their railways. This amendment improves the bill and makes it more future-proof. Any decisions on awards of franchises, on the suitability of any of these bodies to run and own local railways, and decisions on where investment should go, of course, remains fully with ministers. I have tabled this amendment in a constructive spirit, and I hope that by putting it down at this stage, it will start a constructive conversation that will continue here and in the other place as the bill goes forward. Thank you.
I call Abtisam Mohamed to make her maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. It's a real privilege to deliver my maiden speech in this debate that will see the biggest overhaul to transportation in a generation. I want to congratulate my honourable friend on also making excellent points on placing passengers at the heart of decisions, not unthinkable profits to shareholders. I deliver my maiden speech with a sense of profound honour and humility, representing the vibrant and diverse community of Sheffield Central, a responsibility I do not take lightly. I'd like to start by saying a few words about my predecessor, Paul Blomfield. A Labour MP for the last 14 years, Paul turned a majority of 165 to a whopping 27,000. He achieved this electoral popularity because he made politics accessible and was a great constituency MP. He listened to people and made their concerns his priority and fought for the people of Sheffield Central tirelessly and consistently. He is everything we should look for in the character of elected members. Humble, honest, extremely hard-working. He has received many awards in recognition of this. On a personal level, Paul has been my mentor. His guidance and support during my campaign have been invaluable, and for that I am deeply grateful. And I would like to say to Paul, if he's watching now, thank you for all of the support you've given me personally and for everything that you've done for the people of Sheffield Central. Sheffield Central is a microcosm of all that is Sheffield and all that is modern Britain, characterised by its rich cultural diversity, beautiful green spaces and a thriving independent economic dynamism. From the beautiful Bull Hill views to the new Pound Park in the city centre, from the small independent shops in Sharrow Vale to the up-and-coming Neeps End in Callum. We have an unwavering sense of community spirit that genuinely makes every area feel like home. And that's because it's home to remarkable individuals and organisations who work tirelessly to make our city a better place. It's a place where tradition meets innovation. From the recent excavation and regeneration of a 12th century castle to new thriving business hub like Lear's Yard, which was the place of old toolmakers and is now the city's new exciting independent home for makers and creatives. Sheffield has earned its stripes as the undisputed start-up capital of the UK. And we also have a very large student population. Sheffield Central is home to 2 brilliant world-class universities, and they enrich the fabric of our community. And I have been fortunate to have been a student at both of these excellent institutions at various points in my life. With vibrant museums and the largest theatre complex outside of London, we are a city that recognises people's creativity, knowledge, identity, traditions and passions. Our theatres have been home to the World Snooker Championship since 1977, and more recently the multi-award-winning musical Standing at the Sky's Edge. Brilliant. Sheffield has no desire to copy, but to celebrate and embody our uniqueness. We storm ahead in our ability to bring people together, to think, to create and to celebrate. As the first city of sanctuary, Sheffield is a city rich in diversity with settled communities and heritages from all over the world. In 1963, a man crossed 2 continents to start a life in the city of Sheffield. He came by invitation of the British government to work in the then growing steel industry. He was drawn by the desire to better himself and his family. Later, his son joined him in the 1970s. They worked for the renowned forge masters, and in 1982 they were able to support the journey of a young woman and her 2 little girls from the Yemen into the United Kingdom. That man was my grandfather, and you're listening to one of those little girls tell her story now. I'm honoured to be the first person of Yemeni heritage and the first British Arab woman to be elected as a Member of Parliament. Yeah. I'm immensely proud of that honour and feel privileged to not just represent my constituency, but every person who has ever hoped for a better future. I've climbed personal mountains and have had many personal barriers and hurdles that have come my way. I've not only had to overcome them, I've fought and helped many others along the way. I grew up in some of the city's most deprived parts of Sheffield and attended some of the most underachieving schools. I grew up with people like me, people that had very little hope and huge odds stacked against them, people that didn't understand politics and systems, just day-to-day survival. And when life becomes about survival, living within the constraints of our own prison, our voice is our only means of breaking through. I left school with 4 GCSEs and went on to graduate 4 times. I refused to become a statistic and I refused to be defined by my postcode or the school that I went to. I worked hard to qualify as a teacher and then a lawyer. But I'm never satisfied unless I'm using my experiences and voice to better the lives of others. I've consoled and wept with many parents who lost their children to gang violence, buried or in prison. I've worked tirelessly bringing together the police, youth providers, developing community-led services, working to reduce crime and getting young people engaged in community activity and into jobs or education. I've supported women fleeing domestic violence and sought better support for them and ensured their safety. And whilst I recognise that there are many priorities in politics, building strong communities will always be at the heart of mine. I will champion localism, ensuring local authorities and equally community organisations and charities get the support that they need to deliver the best in early years, youth work, mental health support, creating local jobs and services for those who need them the most. I will press on the urgency on our commitment on climate action, where we work for the best interest of our planet rather than the interest of oil and gas companies. I will advocate for more affordable housing to provide younger people hope for the future. And hope is key. Hope will shape our individual stories, who we are, and the journeys that we take. I personally broke through deprivation barriers by embracing the education system and opportunities provided then by the Labour government. A strong education is the system of a thriving society. It is the key to unlocking potential and creating opportunities. So for me, supporting the education system from early years right through to higher education will always be a key priority, not just for myself, but for the constituency that I represent. I will also use my platform to strongly advocate for cohesion in the society. I am driven by the belief that fairness and inclusion are core values that we must be embodied in all that we do. I will do everything in my power to promote multiculturalism in our brilliant country and will reject the tired populism of blame, exclusion and hate. Our unity is our strength, and indeed the positive reactions against the riots most recently celebrated an identity of diversity and inclusiveness. As I look ahead, I'm not filled with foreboding, I'm filled with optimism. We have a new Labour government with a strong mandate from across the country. I will work with my colleagues to strengthen and champion our communities. I will work alongside anyone that wants to eradicate racism and bind our cosmopolitan communities together. We are strengthened, not weakened by our diversity, and we must hold firm to the fundamental rights and freedoms we all cherish. It is imperative that everyone feels valued and included, and we must strive to ensure that our public services are accessible to all. I will work tirelessly to make and promote laws and policies that foster inclusivity and challenge the systemic barriers that prevent all individuals from reaching their full potential. I stand here as a woman of colour, alongside many others of different backgrounds, as a proud product of multiculturalism, who now has the honour and privilege to be the voice of the people of Sheffield Central and beyond. I'm here to listen, to learn, to serve and to act in the best interest of all of our communities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Wendy Morton.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and it was a real privilege to follow and to listen to the Honourable Lady for Sheffield Central. I think her passion for the constituency that she's being elected to represent absolutely shone through today in her speech. And I recognise and congratulate her on being the first British Arab woman to be elected as a Member of Parliament. And I have to say I really enjoyed listening to what I would best describe as a picture portrait, in your words, of your constituency. And next time I'm driving up and down the M1, I will probably reflect on that, obviously when I'm concentrating on my driving at the same time. But I'm going to now turn to the bill that is before us, the Passenger Railway Services Bill. And I rise to speak in support of the government, of the getting used to this, the opposition's amendments, but in particular clauses 10, 12, 15 and 17. As others have said, this is a short bill, but I do believe it is a very radical and ideological bill in its aims, and it will completely change our rail system, removing the presumption in favour of private sector operations of passenger services and allowing the government to actually bring those operators into public ownership when a franchise ends. In short, I see this as nationalisation and ideologicalisation as well. And for a bill that brings forward such fundamental change, it is, Madam Chairman, being rushed through this place with limited scrutiny, 1 day, 4 hours, I believe. There are smaller bills that have sat in Bill Committee for many, many more sessions. I think I took a private member's bill through this place, and it probably spent more time in the Bill Committee. And I'm disappointed because I think there's scant regard for what these changes will cost. And I'm also disappointed because this bill, in my opinion, should be considered alongside the Railways Bill, which hasn't been published yet. And so I think, from my perspective, this makes the scrutiny of the bill, particularly at this stage, even more important. Now, I agree that the current model isn't working. I'm a former rail minister myself, and when in government we acknowledged the need to change, and we made the case for rail reform. But that reform was around simplification, not nationalisation. And it was about bringing the track closer to the trains and putting the passenger first. So I want to turn specifically to amendments number 10 and 12. And I don't think we should underestimate the need for really strict scrutiny, for accountability and transparency. And at the end of the day, on this side of the chamber, that's what we are here to do. Because without the additional measures that are proposed in these amendments, it seems very unclear to me how the shift from franchise to public ownership will work and how the impact of that will be assessed. How will the costs be monitored, and where will investment in future rolling stock come from? One of the problems I also see is with the bill in its current form is the arbitrary transfer of franchises to public ownership that is based not on performance but simply on chronological franchise date. It was something that I raised at second reading. And with a specific example of West Midlands Trains is one of the better performers. Its contract expires this month, September. Contrast that with Avanti West Coast, as many probably in this place have experienced themselves travelling to this place, are currently one of the worst operators, yet its contract expires in 2026. So my reason for supporting these amendments, Madam Chairman, is to really ensure that through stricter reporting and oversight of these new operators, we will see targets that are linked with performance, that are linked with innovation. And I think it's important that they're also linked with managerial pay as well. And it's all about keeping the passenger at the heart of what we are doing. I think it's also important to really follow and look at closely and understand how OLR, the operator of last resort, is going to manage the many more train services that will fall under its remit. I'm not quite sure whether they will have more resource to do that, hence the need for having accounts and monitoring what is happening. And I think it's also important to understand just how and where decisions into infrastructure, decisions on investment are being made. And I just cite the example of the Midland Rail Hub at this point, because it was committed to by the last Conservative government, and it's absolutely critical to the growth and improvements in services, not just in Birmingham, but the broader West Midlands and region. So under this new model, I'd like to understand how some of those investments will be progressed and how they will be held to account as well. Amendment 15, Madam Chairman, seeks to address the issue of open access operators. And again, this was something I raised at second reading. And to be fair, the Rail Minister wrote to me and he confirmed that there will remain a role for open access services alongside publicly owned services. And I actually welcome this. Well, not least because it continues, or gives me the reason to continue to bang on about the need for the government to support the bid for open access for services from Wales to London Euston via Aldridge. But of course, to stop in Aldridge, it needs a train station, and we want that to be built by 2027 and not pushed into the sidings by the new Labour Mayor. So forgive me, Madam Chairman, but I will keep talking about that until we see it delivered, not least because it's something that residents are expecting to happen. And so this amendment number 15, in my view, seeks to carve out the space for this type of provider, and to, not just that, but ensure that there is fairness in awarding of those contracts, which is going to be critical moving forward. But I genuinely believe there is a place for both the current system of providing train services, but the open access operators as well. I think, generally speaking, a lot of those have really proved their value to the passenger and to the taxpayer as well. And I just wanted to touch briefly on amendment number 17, which is around reform to the terms and conditions. And I do welcome the breakthrough in the pay talks that I saw as being very much positive. But what was really disappointing was that it did nothing to address the urgent need for reform of some of those historic terms and conditions. And I see this as being crucial to the future stability of the rail passenger services. And it's also crucial to having that passenger-focused 7-day-a-week service that the fare-paying passenger expects. So without the tools to scrutinise these ideologically driven changes, there is a real risk that this bill fails, but not just fails the taxpayer, but it fails the fare-paying passengers, as many others this afternoon have highlighted. But, finally, Madam Chairman, for constituents to be able to enjoy any benefits of rail travel, they need access to a local station. And so I'm just going to close my remarks today without making reference to Aldridge. And the reason is that it's just one of a handful of constituencies that has a track, but it has no train station. And so I would urge the honourable gentleman to join me in pushing his colleagues in the Treasury and the West Midlands Combined Authority to help me deliver a train station for Aldridge on time. Thank you.
Julia Buckley to make her maiden speech.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to make my maiden speech. And what a privilege it is to follow my honourable friend for Sheffield Central on her very moving story of family, overcoming racism and her personal passion for change. Thank you. I'm delighted to contribute to this afternoon's debate on our plans to introduce the Great British Railways and bring trains back into public ownership. Nowhere will these benefits be felt more keenly than in my own constituency of Shrewsbury, where services are thin on the ground, lacking carriages and frequent and reliable services. Indeed, most residents and visitors to Shrewsbury would very quickly conclude our town is a beauty spot with so much potential, but cut off from the wider economic region by lack of robust public transport. And this is mirrored by our inadequate bus services, with over 5,000 routes cut since 2010. Shrewsbury is dreaming of a Sunday service, or a bus after 6 to support our young people and our nighttime economy. Public bus franchises will make a huge impact on so many lives. We also have high hopes of the Midlands Connect's plans to electrify the train route between Shrewsbury and Wolverhampton to boost our capacity. But Shrewsbury is, of course, the new name for my constituency. Or should that be Shrewsbury? Apparently, your pronunciation reveals which side of the river you grew up on, but actually the people of Shrewsbury and Shrewsbury are very tolerant of both pronunciations, as it turns out. My constituency was known for many years as Shrewsbury and Atkinson, until several villages leading up to Wenlock Edge were donated to South Shropshire under the Boundary Review. My predecessor, Daniel Kaczynski, is well known to this House, as he served our constituency for 19 years and was particularly focused on raising the profile and challenges of our river through establishing and chairing the River Severn Caucus. I hope to continue this important work with my neighbouring colleagues as we tackle the shared threat of flooding and compromised water quality. There is another, perhaps even more famous former MP for Shrewsbury, going back a little further into history, as Benjamin Disraeli was our Member of Parliament from 1841, when he earned a reputation as both witty and able, before going on twice to become Prime Minister and to decriminalise the work of trade unions. Shrewsbury has many famous sons, but none are more well known than Charles Darwin, the father of evolution. He was born and raised in Shrewsbury, attended Shrewsbury School as a boarder, in the building which has since become our town library, and has a statue commemorating his contribution to learning. We're delighted that his family home will finally become an international visitor attraction to celebrate his work. Unlike Darwin, I've only lived in Shropshire for a mere 20 years, and so I'm grateful to have been graciously adopted by the good people of Shrewsbury to represent the county town for Shropshire, renowned as one of the finest medieval market towns, with regular farmers' markets brimming with local producers, agricultural livestock markets, and our award-winning indoor market, which goes from strength to strength with late-night events and live music, winning Britain's favourite market no less than 3 times. The River Severn famously forms a loop around the town centre, framed by our old town walls as a backdrop to our older historic properties, stone-flagged narrow streets, Regency crescents, imposing black and white timber-framed buildings. In total, we have over 600 listed buildings, including the castle, now a museum, the art gallery, Old Market Hall and the famous Shrewsbury Abbey. Our main shopping street, the Wildcop, which climbs the steep hill from the English Bridge up to the town square, is reported to host more independent shops than any other street in the country, thanks to the support of Shrewsbury Bid and our Chambers of Commerce. There are beautiful riverside walks, cycle paths, pedestrian bridges and the jewel in our crown, the Quarry Park, along the river with Percy Thrower's famous sunken gardens in the Dingle, and where the Royal Horticultural Society hosts its annual flower show. With such well-kept beauty and heritage charm, it's easy to see why Shrewsbury attracts so many visitors each year, boosted by our array of cultural festivals, including the Folk Festival, Food Festival, of course the Darwin Festival, the County Show at the West Mid Showground, and Loop Fest. But we also welcome gentle, sustainable tourism, those that come to walk in the Shropshire Hills, kayak down the river, or take a leisurely cruise on our famous tour boat, the Sabrina. I'm sure members listening are already planning to book their next visit, and I would be happy to oblige with a guided tour for any who make it. We have some 30 or so smaller villages in the rural hinterland, with Upton Magna in the east towards the Wrekin, Montford Bridge and Nestcliff, and with our long-standing military training camp, Minsterley, Ponsbury and Baston Hill to the south, and Shroredown and Westbury, almost on the Welsh border, in what was historically named the Marches. These rolling green hills provide our farming base, woodland natural habitat, and serve our agricultural sector, ably supported by the nearby world-leading university at Harper Adams, where our farmers of the future are trained in sustainability and productivity. It's crucial given their impact on the food and drink supply chain that flows through the county to support our local economy. We have several large employers, including the world-leading Morris lubricant factory dating back to 1869, Salop Leisure, Beaver Bridges, and of course, Shrewsbury Town Football Club, where manager David Moyes once played. Yet, despite this very long list of famous Shrewsbury men, I am here today as the first female MP for Shrewsbury. Yeah. And not before time. I am the daughter of a coal miner, whose pit was closed in 1986 and who never worked again. I was 12 years old when this affected our family and our community, and that's when my interest in politics was first ignited. As an adult, I was fortunate to win a scholarship for my PhD in EU policy. I worked in the European Parliament for 5 years in Brussels, specialising in regional investment funding to tackle inequality. Whilst I was there, I made friends with the chirpy young woman in the next door office, another northern lass passionate about politics, Jo Leadbitter, who later became Jo Cox. We ran the New York Marathon together in 2001 with Susie Sumner as the Northern Lasses. We were so proud of Jo when she became an MP, and how, with her usual style of tiggerish enthusiasm and charm, she would persuade everyone towards her policy aims. All the more reason why her death was so very difficult to comprehend. A senseless loss of someone so sincere and positive. Jo never shied away for standing up for what she believed in, what really mattered, however important or difficult or unpopular. She never said she was too tired or too busy. She just got on and fought for what was important, and always with a winning smile. Jo inspired me back into politics. After realising that life is too short and precious to wait for other people to solve problems, I decided to be more like Jo. And that week, I rejoined my local Labour Party, became a town and then county councillor, and ultimately leader of Shropshire Labour Group. I stood as the parliamentary candidate in this seat in 2019, and I returned this year to win and become our MP. Thanks, in no small measure, to the support of my husband John and the patience of my children Annabelle and Edward. May I take this moment to conclude by saying to Jo and to her sister Kim that finally the Northern Lasses are reunited in this place.
Sorcha Eastwood to make her maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to congratulate everybody else who's made their maiden speeches today, and I have to speak from the heart and say that was incredibly moving to hear about your friend and also many people in this house, their former colleague Jo Cox. And indeed, if I could just be spared an indulgence for a moment, Madam Chair, it was Jo's philosophy of we have more in common than that which divides us, which certainly inspired me, and certainly in my part of the world in Northern Ireland, we really have a lot to learn from that. It's an honour to be here today as the new MP for Lagan Valley, and like many others, the first woman MP for my home constituency. Without the people of Lagan Valley, I would not be standing here today, and they have given me the privilege of representing my home of Lisburn within Lagan Valley at Lisburn Castlereagh Council, the Northern Ireland Assembly, and now Westminster. I just want to take a wee moment to thank Team Lagan Valley Alliance, my colleague David Honeyford MLA and my successor Michelle Guy MLA. I also want to briefly pay tribute to my dear friend and colleague Stephen Farry, who served previously in this House for 5 years representing the constituency of North Down, and I am delighted that Alliance are still following on that legacy of Stephen's contribution in this House. There's a saying back at home, it's far from here you were reared, and it certainly is far from here that I was reared. There was absolutely no expectation whatsoever that me, as the daughter of Bridget McKeown, who was born on the side of the Blair's Road in Lisburn, was ever going to have a daughter that was going to wind up to be the MP for Lagan Valley. But that's where my journey in politics began, around our family table, and sometimes from where I grew up, politics wasn't really something that you took an active interest in, it actively took an interest in you. But I learnt around our family table from my family's public service, in housing, education, policing, nursing, whatever it may be, that it was about what you can give back to your community. My mum used to ask me every Sunday, do you want to do a wee general knowledge quiz? And I'd be like, yeah, who doesn't like quiz? And she used to take me in our back room and she used to say, who's the Prime Minister and what's the capital of Spain? And what I didn't really understand was that my mum left school with no qualifications and she worked damn hard as a domiciliary care worker. And she wanted her daughter to have a better life, and education was the key to that. No, it was certainly far from here that I was reared, but that makes my presence here today even more important. But this isn't about me or my life or my family. This is about the tens of thousands of people across Lagan Valley who grew up the exact same way. In fact, just today, whenever I was sitting on these benches, somebody sent me a wee private message and they said, could you help me with this? And here, by the way, it's good to see one of us got in there. And they didn't mean one of us in the Northern Irish sense of the past. They meant somebody who grew up in the same street as me, somebody who had the same social problems, somebody who knew what it was like to work a minimum wage job. Strong, dignified people, people who want better, who voted for change, who voted for the first woman MP but more importantly, the first United Community MP for Lagan Valley. Our job here is to speak truth to power, and frankly, the people of Lagan Valley wouldn't let me away with anything less. The system is broken. The social contract shattered. It is not working. And we've played this tape through to the end. We know how it ends. It ends with the most vulnerable in society, so often crushed by a system that is sometimes overwhelmingly stacked against them. The system is harming people. Austerity is a political choice and not one my constituents or frankly anybody in the UK should be forced to bear. Nearly 40% of people that are working are in receipt of universal credit. Young people price out of the housing market. We aren't building enough social or affordable homes, and renters are being exploited. We've full-time workers working across health, education, hospitality, dipping in and out of food banks. When did they become normalised? I don't want a single one of us to ever regard food banks as a part of our social architecture. No, we should be ashamed and disgusted and spending every minute in this place to eradicate their need. People who are working full-time and in a household where both are often earning well above the median wage are having to shell that money out again through childcare costs. And many times, it's the woman that has to give up her job. Some politicians need focus groups to tell them what people feel about certain issues or whatever, whilst others create divisive culture wars to distract us from what really matters. But it should be clear as day that people do not want more of the same. They don't need to be told that it's going to be painful because they have been in pain for a long, long time. The message needs to be one of hope, ambition, vision, inspiration, and from listening to the speeches, not just today, but in the last few days and weeks in this House, that is something that we are not short of. People know that underfunded and unfunded promises were made, and nowhere has that been felt more than Northern Ireland and my constituents in Lagan Valley. Alliance proudly went out in the last election and we campaigned primarily in two things: reform of the institutions, ending the veto that so often has led to the guts of having no government for up to 10 years where I'm from. That is not acceptable. We also campaigned strongly for a fair funding package for Northern Ireland. Something that isn't just a political opinion of mine, but something that actually the Fiscal Commission said Northern Ireland is not funded at need, and I will certainly be making no bones about fighting for that in this House. It's one thing to say we need reform of the institutions and for the UK government to say you've won the intellectual argument. Well, guess what? We've also won the argument at the ballot box time and time and time again. And that is not something I will shy away from championing in my time in this House. I sat around in Balmacash Estate on Friday and we talked about a number of things that they're doing in that area that are absolutely fantastic, a community that's gone from years of social exclusion and isolation, and it's gone on to develop so much. But we talked about funding streams, and one of the ones we mentioned was the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. And they said to me, that's your job to go and fight for that. And do you know what it is? And I met with women from Tona Estate, and they rung me and they said, we're desperately worried about our winter fuel payment. They are not the people with broad shoulders. They say that politics is personal, and it's absolutely personal to me, and I don't make any bones about that. 1 in 2 of us will get cancer in our lifetime. Last year, I know personally 5 of my constituents that were diagnosed in our accident and emergency department. Just 2 of those people are alive today, and that's in a year. And one of those people that was diagnosed in the ED was my husband, who was diagnosed with a rare form of blood cancer. Through our time coping with that diagnosis, we have met hundreds of families right across the UK and Ireland that have been impacted by this. Just every second in this place, in this country, somebody will get a diagnosis of cancer. I'm not sure how this slid down the public agenda, but cancer survival rates in the UK are as much as 25 years behind other European countries. And while health may be devolved, the concept of the NHS definitely isn't, and I will certainly be fighting tooth and nail to make sure that it remains the way it was meant to be, so that we don't underfund it and gaslight the patients who need it and staff who are working in it. Britain has the fewest CT, MRI and PET scanners per person of 16 comparable countries, as well as a shortage of radiographers to run them. This has a direct impact on cancer diagnostics and the life prospects of our constituents. But I'm not one to highlight problems and just walk away. There are solutions. An enhanced windfall tax on energy giants would create revenue that could be used to help safeguard the well-being and health of vulnerable individuals. and in doing so prevent future hardship and illness which is costly to the NHS. A phased carbon tax could help capture environmental costs and costs of inaction, allowing for investment in green technologies and creating new jobs. The substantive motion and the debate around today is to do with the Public Railway Ownership Bill, and I'm not sure if I can be brutally honest and say that we've ever recovered from the Beeching report. This is obviously a devolved issue for Lagan Valley, but certainly we are desperate to get the trains back where they should be, and for our part in Lagan Valley, we are certainly delighted to look forward to the Knockmore line being reopened again. Austerity has failed, and the last thing we need is more of it. Now is our opportunity to transform the lives of our constituents, changing the things that really matter to them, delivering big investment in public services that matches our big ambition for them. From half a mile in my home in Lagan Valley, it's a changed place. There are GAA pitches, there are Orange Halls, there are LGBT clubs, there are Egyptian societies. That is the new Northern Ireland, the North, everyone's shared home place. And I know in Lagan Valley that there is a weight on my shoulder to deliver that leadership for people right across the community, regardless of their view. But I have no fear that Alliance and myself in this time in this House will not be falling short in terms of when it comes to representing and fighting for people. I look forward to working with everyone in this House on the issues that matter to us. And I look forward to working with the government to create the change and make a society where our constituents, particularly in Lagan Valley and right across Northern Ireland, can flourish. And I look forward to working with you all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I call Paul Waugh to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honour to make my maiden speech during the passage of such a landmark piece of legislation, and one that is very much long overdue. It delivers on our promise at the election of real change, and every one of us here is proud to represent it. It's also an honour to follow the members for Sheffield Central, Shrewsbury and Lagan Valley who made such moving and powerful speeches. They're a real tribute to this intake, this historic 2024 intake. They show the excellence and the diversity of our intake. But in the maiden speech, it's customary to pay tribute to one's predecessors, and I sincerely thank George Galloway for his career of public service. But I'd like to pay tribute to the late Sir Tony Lloyd, a man who commanded respect across this chamber, and whose decency, whose internationalism and compassion are an example to every one of us. As Tony once advised his staffer, now the Honourable Member for Blackpool South, if it's not about making people's lives better, don't be a politician. And Rochdale certainly has a long history of making people's lives better, and of strong links to this Palace of Westminster. Indeed, it was a Rochdale lass, 15-year-old Emily Kelsall, who in 1843 laid the foundation stone of the Elizabeth Tower that houses Big Ben. The Kelsalls were close friends of another of my predecessors, the great parliamentarian Richard Cobden, and his ally John Bright, who famously described England as the mother of parliaments. Cobden and Bright, one a Rochdalian by adoption, one a Rochdalian by birth, were two Rochdale radicals who campaigned as vigorously against slavery as they did for cheaper food through the abolition of the Corn Laws and for a wider franchise. But another Rochdalian who was friends with Cobden and Bright was the Lancashire dialect poet Edwin Waugh, after whom my youngest son Eddie, who's in the gallery, is named. Waugh captured the beauty of the hill and hillock, the knoll and the dell, the moors and the brooks of my Pennine constituency. From Blackstone Edge to Hollingworth Lake, from Healy Dell to the landscape gardens of our magnificent town hall, there's greenery and beauty throughout our town and its villages of Littleborough, Wardle, Milnrow and Neway. But the Pennine Way cuts through my seat. Yet our Pennine Way is more than just a well-loved footpath. It's a way of doing things too. Our Pennine Way is one of community, of cooperation, self-help and resilience. Ever since the Rochdale pioneers set up shop in 1844 to sell affordable basics like butter, sugar and flour, we've been proud to be the birthplace of a global cooperative movement. And I'm proud to be the first Labour and cooperative MP in our town's history. That sense of cooperation and community has been enhanced by the currents of migration that have flowed through our town as steadily as the River Roach itself. Scots, like my own Waugh clan, The Irish, Italians, Ukrainians, Poles, Pakistanis, Kashmiris, Bangladeshis, Nigerians, we even welcome the occasional Yorkshireman, have all staffed our factories and our NHS and created new family businesses. All are proud Rochdalians. Just as our town has shown real resilience in the face of economic downturns and government cuts, our community cohesion has proved resilient too, despite the provocations of extremists on all sides. As well as radicalism and resilience, our town's story is also a story of renewal, though. Many of our mills have closed, but there's still a strong sense of industry, of hard work, of grafters, of entrepreneurs, of people who put something back into the town that raised them. People like Richard Tang, whose Zen Internet started as a small home-based business, but is now a major network provider and our biggest private sector employer. People like Sir Peter Ogden, who founded Computer Centre and this year invested millions into my beloved Rochdale AFC, up the Dale, in recognition of its role as a hub of our community. From the brass bands of Milmra to the rock and folk music of Feelgood Festival, our arts are thriving too. Rochdale Sixth Form College is one of the highest achieving in the country. Our Armed Forces veterans support groups are superb. Spring Hill Hospice is a beacon of excellence. And the Oasis ward at Rochdale Infirmary is a national model in dementia care. Now, my own journey from Rochdale to this place was only made possible by an enabling state. A fantastic teacher, John Williams, who spotted the potential in me and my twin brother, Mark. A council house that gave me the stability and affordability that many families sadly lack today. Free school meals that meant we could focus on learning, not earning. Now, as former chairman of the lobby, it would be remiss of me not to also mention the role that my parliamentary journalism has played in propelling me onto these benches. And I'd like to dispel the vicious rumour that the main reason I stood for Parliament was to guarantee 5 more years of jerk chicken. The phrase Westminster Village is often used as an insult, but this place really is a village in the best sense of the word. A community of more than 3,000 people from all walks of life, making sure this is an open and accessible people's house, not the preserve of an elite. For 26 years, I've had the pleasure of working in this building, with its fabulous canteen staff like Betty, Rita, Daphne, Terry and Godfrey, the doorkeepers like Adrian, security staff like Saeed, the many clerks and officials, and of course, the police. And I'll never forget the day when we lost our own village policeman, PC Keith Palmer, in the terror attack of 2017. It's been my pleasure to work with my lobby colleagues and with MPs of all parties. And I'd like to reassure all the Tory leadership contenders, don't worry, your secrets are safe with me. Politicians and journalists have more in common than either would like to admit. At their best, both are honourable trades, and they are trades, they're not professions. But the big difference between us is the difference between criticism and action, between commentary and doing. In the end, I could no longer just write about the appalling state of our public services. I wanted to do something about it. I wanted to do something about the NHS workers, like my wife, who came home every night exhausted by a sheer lack of staff. I wanted to do something about all those working class kids like me, whose destinies are still too often determined by their postcode, not by their potential. I also wanted to do something about this misinformation age, the one that we live in, and to combat the rise of extremism that disfigures too much of our discourse. It was Stanley Baldwin who denounced the newspaper barons for wanting power without responsibility. Today, too many social media companies have exactly that. And this summer's spread of online hate and falsehood is a challenge to which this government will have to rise, just as it rose to the challenge of cracking down on the thugs who attacked our communities and our brave police officers. Tackling online publishers, and that's what they are, they're not platforms, they're publishers, may sound radical, but in reality, radicalism is often just common sense ahead of its time. A reminder that all our rights are hard won. What could be more commonsensical than demanding the vote be given to the working classes and to women more than 100 years ago? What could be more commonsensical than this railways bill giving the public control over the services that spend billions of pounds of their own money? What could be more commonsensical than tackling climate change or giving towns like Rochdale more control over their own future? Towns that don't want a handout but which deserve a fairer share of the national resource. Now, the Pennines are famously the backbone of England, but the people of Rochdale are the backbone of England too. Common sense radicalism, resilience and renewal. These are the watchwords of my hometown, of this country and of this government. I'll do my utmost to live up to them.
I call Charlie Dewhirst to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to catch your eye in this very important debate. I want to congratulate first the Honourable Member for Rochdale on a really excellent maiden speech, and I hope I can match the very high bar that has been set by Honourable Members on all sides so far today. I would first like to start by paying tribute to my predecessor, Sir Greg Knight. Sir Greg, and I'm very fortunate to be following him, was a very well-liked and respected former member of this House. His parliamentary career spanned 5 decades, and he served as a minister in the governments of Thatcher, Major and Cameron. He was first the member for Derby North from 1983 to 1997 and excelled in the roles of Deputy Chief Whip and Minister for Industry. He then returned to this place in 2001 for the then constituency of East Yorkshire, which has gone on to become Bridlington and the Wolds, and was re-elected on 5 separate occasions until his retirement this year. He served for a second stint in the Whip's office during the coalition years and worked tirelessly behind the scenes on many of Parliament's less fashionable committees. I will always aspire to match Sir Greg's dedication and integrity in public life, but there is one area, Madam Chair, in which I will never be able to compete with him, and that is, of course, the election campaign jingle. And for any honourable members who are unaware of his unique impact in this area, I wholeheartedly recommend a quick internet search after today's debate. More seriously, Sir Greg was rightly rewarded with a knighthood for his service to this place, and I want to place on record my thanks for his support and friendship in recent months, and I wish both he and Lady Janet a very happy and well-deserved retirement. I now have the unbelievable privilege of representing my home constituency of Bridlington and the Wolds, and it is truly the greatest honour of my life. I'm sure you will agree, Madam Chair, that there is no finer county than Yorkshire, and nowhere showcases it better than the East Riding. From the stunning cliffs of the world-famous seabird colony at Bempton and Flamborough Head, to the golden sandy beaches stretching from Bridlington to Hornsey, and the rolling hills and picture-book villages of the Wolds. Each of the 4 towns in the constituency has its own unique appeal. Bridlington is the largest shellfish landing port in the UK and the lobster capital of Europe. It attracts millions of visitors every year and is home to many thousands of people who have retired to the area, and I will always fiercely defend our local pensioners. Driffield, my hometown, is the capital of the Wolds, or capital of the world, as I thought it said on the road sign as a child, and is home to one of the largest one-day agricultural shows in the country. Hornsey boasts not only a beautiful coastline, but also the largest freshwater lake in Yorkshire. And Market Wheaton was once home to William Bradley, believed to be the tallest person ever to have lived in this country at 7 foot 9 inches tall, and to whom the town pays tribute every year on Giant Bradley Day. I do not wish to test your patience, Madam Chair, by singing the praises of all the many villages and hamlets across my constituency, but it would be remiss of me not to mention Nafferton, where I grew up, and Wansford, where I now live. Both are home to excellent local pubs, and if you do find yourself in the area, Madam Chair, I would be delighted to buy you a drink. Now, I hope to repay the faith placed in me by the electorate with hard work and diligence. I want to improve access to local health services, increase transport links, ensure access to high-speed broadband for all, and address the historic funding formula in education that disadvantages children in rural local authority areas. I am one of the few members who can claim to represent more pigs than people, and agriculture, fishing and tourism are the foundations of our local economy. If I can make our beautiful corner of Yorkshire a better place to live and work before I depart this place, I will, I hope, have done some good. And on that note, and returning, if I may, to today's debate, privatisation of the railways was necessary because British Rail was not working. It did not work for rail users, and it did not work for the British taxpayer. The process of privatising rail operators, however, has not been perfect, in part due to franchises operating monopolies no different to the nationalised services they replaced. However, where genuine competition exists, rail privatisation has been a success. On the East Coast Main Line, the government-subsidised franchise, LNER, competes with open-access operators Hull Trains, Grand Central and Lumo. It has led to cheaper prices for users, high satisfaction, greater punctuality, and intercity services have extended to new towns and cities across Yorkshire and the North East. One of those operators, Hull Trains, now runs 2 direct services a day between Beverley and London, and I would love to see that extended to include Bridlington and Driffield just up the line in my constituency. However, this legislation puts these efficient, non-subsidised, open access operators under threat. Instead of learning the lessons of these success stories and expanding them across the network, this government is siding back to the 1970s nostalgic vision of public services that were in fact inefficient and expensive to both rail users and the public purse. The failure in this legislation to provide specific guarantees to open access operators will mean there is no incentive to invest in new rolling stock or expand their services. We need more open access, not less. Now, ministers claim there is a continued role for open access operators where they add value and capacity to the network, but they will soon be at the mercy of an entirely nationalised infrastructure and provider. Do ministers not realise that a reborn British Rail will only work for passengers if its intercity services face stiff open access competition across the network? The East Coast Main Line is a mature and successful test case, and it should be expanded. Otherwise, what incentive will there be for a new British Rail to deliver cheaper and better services? None, I suspect, Madam Chair. Now, this legislation, in conclusion, is as rushed as it is ideological, and the only losers here will be rail users and the taxpayer.
I call Paul Davies for his maiden speech.
Madam Chair, I'd like to express my gratitude for the chance to address this House for the first time. I'd also like to congratulate all honourable members and friends who have delivered their maiden speeches in recent days. Their eloquence serves as a testament to the remarkable talent within this House, and I'm honoured to be counted among them. I eagerly anticipate their contributions to future debates in the years ahead. I would also like to pay tribute to my immediate predecessor, Jason McCartney. Jason, over the past 4.5 years, demonstrated a real passion for wanting to improve the lives of many people in the constituency. Today, as has been mentioned, we discuss the Passenger Railway Services Public Ownership Bill. For my constituents in Colne Valley, this change cannot come soon enough. The bill will be a cornerstone in kick-starting economic growth, unlocking opportunities across the country, especially in Colne Valley, and also accelerating towards net zero. Madam Chair, we're all shaped by our upbringing in many ways. My commitment to community was deeply influenced while growing up in South Wales. My parents quietly volunteered driving stroke survivors to the aptly called Stroke Club, providing essential respite. For them, it wasn't charity, it was just something you did. And working in the mines taught me the value of collective support. Miners watched out for each other, their safety depending on it. This sense of community cohesion contributed to proud and resilient communities that shaped our nation's success. Now we must reignite these bonds through community wealth building initiatives, retaining wealth in local communities. Inspired by the cooperative movement, I believe this transformation is pivotal. Born in Wales and shaped by the labour movement, I found purpose through education and global experiences during my professional career. And now, just a few years later, I stand before you as the newly elected member for Colne Valley. It is an immense honour, and I am genuinely humbled that the people of Colne Valley and Linley have placed their trust in me. The Colne Valley constituency embodies the community values instilled in me during my Welsh upbringing. These values are evident in the vibrant villages and urban centres: Meltham, Linley, Linthwaite, Slowett, Marsden, Golca, Holney and Holmfirth, where community ecosystems thrive with people looking out for each other through various community groups. The festivals and shows, such as the Holmfirth Arts Festival, the Holney Show, Linley Street Festival, Marsden Jazz Festival and Golca Lily Day, where everybody is welcome to contribute, participate, or just simply to enjoy themselves. And the sports clubs, such as Holney Cricket Club, Waldale Wanderers Football Club, and Holmfirth Bowling Club, which are very much woven into the fabric of our constituency. And of course, the local businesses that serve and employ our community members, including the Pitcherdrome in Holmfirth, Cooper's Yard, the Beauty and Barista, Reed, Trojan Plastics, and many, many others. And of course, we shouldn't forget the community support groups, such as Crossroads in Meltham and the Holmfirth Food Bank. Much of the above only came about due to individual sacrifices and an unwavering belief in our communities. Developing a strong community spirit is an ongoing effort. It's not something you simply bottle. It's a living, often delicate entity that requires nurturing and protection. External support is crucial, so as to put in place foundational elements such as empowering people through safe, secure, affordable homes and decent jobs. These foundations allow individuals to contribute more broadly to their communities. In the Colne Valley, Home Valley and Linley, a palpable community spirit thrives. A spirit you can almost touch. This vitality is evident through numerous community groups, from Eco Homes, which focuses on building affordable homes, to Holmfirth Tech, providing community spaces, the Full Life Food Bank, and various faith-based organisations. And that's why 15 years ago, Leah and our 2 daughters chose to make this area our home. And why every single day we appreciate how lucky we are to live in such an amazing place with such amazing people. And of course, I have to mention the excellent beer, which does help along the way as well. However, as I alluded to earlier, providing a focus beyond our immediate needs can be challenging when we're tired, lonely, hungry, distracted, or simply busy. Too many of our people are in this position and find it impossible to get off the treadmill they face when looking to make ends meet. As the member for Colne Valley, I aspire to be a voice for those who struggle to be heard amidst the pressures of the cost of living challenges they face. I aim to be a calm, consistent advocate for all, emphasising the strength that comes from unity, and a voice that celebrates the selflessness of those whose altruism forms the bedrock of a healthy society. But I also recognise the importance of being a strong, resilient voice, one that calls for better and more effective ways of building and retaining wealth within our communities, benefiting everyone. Madam Chair, my values stem from the collective, and my unwavering commitment lies with my community. These are the values and principles I will carry with me every day as I go to work in this place for the people of Colne Valley. Thank you.
I call Callum Miller to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honour to be called to give my maiden speech, and I'd like to start by thanking the Honourable Member for Colne Valley for his speech. He spoke about a spirit in his community that you could touch, and if I may say, it was obvious that you have a pride in your community that we could feel and we could almost touch as well. And you spoke about the selflessness of service to your community, which I think has been an echo in the excellent speeches given already today by the honourable members from Sheffield Central, Shrewsbury, Lagan Valley, Rochdale, Middleton and the Wolds. It's my honour to speak in your company. Convention requires that I say a few words about my predecessor, and I've been advised that despite political differences, these should be complementary and civil. I've tried, but the best I can say is that the views of the last MP for Woodstock belong to a different time, which is quite understandable since Lord Randolph Churchill held it until the parliamentary borough of Woodstock was abolished in 1885. For over a century, Woodstock disappeared from the constituency names in this House. Meanwhile, the town of Bicester has never previously been named in a constituency. So Bicester and Woodstock is a fusion of 4 previous constituencies, and while I therefore have no immediate predecessor to refer to, I do want to thank Robert Coates, John Hull, Layla Moran and Victoria Prentice for their service to the communities in my constituency. Like any new member, I'm eager to learn from how others have done things. So I'm grateful to have such a diversity of approaches to draw on. I was fortunate, Madam Chair, to be called on to ask the Prime Minister a question in the first session of this Parliament. I spoke then about the River Evenlode, But I could equally have referred to the rivers Cherwell, Dawn, Grahame or Ray. Each cuts a path through my constituency, and each has to carry its unfair share of pollutants from Thames Water's sewage spills. Addressing the pollution of our rivers and waterways was a common concern among my constituents during the election campaign, and I welcome the Prime Minister's undertaking to work across parties to address this scandal. Alongside our waterways, the railways are significant features of my constituency. We have no fewer than 7 stations. So to address the subject of this afternoon's debate, at each you will find passengers keen to see improvements. The travellers through Bicester North bemoan the age of the rolling stock, which breaks down far too often, and the shortened trains with their inadequate seating. Constituents near Bicester Village are deeply concerned about the future closure of the London Road level crossing, which would cut off those living in South East Bicester from the rest of the town. And I hope the Rail Minister, to whom I have written, will respond positively to my request to ensure that East West Rail brings forward sufficient funding to provide alternative crossings for all users. Another feature of my constituency is the rapid proposed growth of towns and villages under plans adopted by the last government and supported by Conservative local councils in 2017. Bicester has already seen tremendous growth, and a similar scale of development is planned for Ensham and the wider Kidlington area, including Begbrook and Dearnton. As this government prepares for an increase in housing provision, the lessons from areas like those in my constituency must be learned. My constituents understand the need for more homes for local residents, and especially for those who cannot access social housing. But they want to know that sufficient infrastructure will accompany new homes, not just improvements to the hard engineering for travel, grid connections, sewage and other utilities, but also the social infrastructure of schools, GP surgeries, dispensing chemists, NHS dentists, as well as community youth and sports centres. We must make sure that these services are funded and delivered before new homes are released. I have lived in the constituency for over 12 years, and my wife and I have raised our 4 children there. They attend local schools and are active in local sports clubs. So long before I ran for this election, they ensured that I knew the future constituency well by dragging me to most of the sports grounds and sports halls that it contains. I owe my place to the many voters who put me here, but I would not be here without the steadfast support of my family, and I'm so pleased that they are here today. For some of them, it's come with encouragement, for others, with occasional embarrassment about my endeavours. But for all, it's come with love, affection, and a willingness to keep me well grounded through the occasional well-deserved put-down. I'm truly grateful to them, and I hope they know how much I appreciate their support. Madam Chair, my constituency contains a vibrant mix of communities beyond its 2 towns. Famously, Kidlington contends to be the largest village in England, with a population of over 13,000. When the parish council suggested that it was indeed a town in 1987, irate residents forced it to back down and reinstate village status. This does not, however, explain why groups of Chinese Harry Potter fans were spotted taking photos outside suburban homes in the village in 2016. Despite extensive searches, I never found the Dursleys of Privet Drive on the electoral roll. One of the greatest pleasures in representing this area is to travel across its stunning countryside and discover the passion for history, environment and community that burns in every town and village. I cannot do justice to that diversity today, but I want to say thank you to the thousands of my constituents who contribute to their communities as town and parish councillors, school governors, village fete organisers, wildlife champions, Royal British Legion fundraisers, youth sports coaches, food bank collectors and many other roles besides. Every week as I visit organisations in the constituency, I'm inspired by the selfless actions of those who put community first and build stronger relationships, one freely given hour at a time. It is that sense of community, of what we can do for each other, that brought me here today. From volunteering as a school governor, I came to see how both the setting and implementation of national policy had deep local impacts. I became a county councillor in 2021 and saw up close how local government has been hollowed out by national funding decisions that have not respected the role local authorities play in delivering critical services, nor the unique insights they hold at the local level about the needs of their residents. Those experiences put me on the path towards standing for election, and it is a huge honour now to be a member of this House. I hope that during my time here, I can serve my community with the same selflessness and energy shown by so many of my constituents. Thank you.
Grahame Downey to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm delighted making my maiden speech today as the first MP for the new constituency of Dunfermline and Dollar. And it's a privilege to follow the member for Bicester and Woodstock as well. And I would like to congratulate all of the MPs who've made some fantastic and indeed powerful maiden speeches this afternoon. With such a high turnover of MPs, the calibre of the speeches I've heard since the election should give everyone a sense of optimism about the future and what this Parliament can achieve. Madam Chair, I believe I must start my speech with a particular tribute, and so I shall. They are known for being colourful and preening, for strutting around like they own the place, expecting to be waited on hand and foot by a fantastic team of underpaid and overworked staff. They demand honours. They disappear without permission, whenever the mood takes them, Madam Chair. In the past century, their names have included Andrew, Malcolm, Angus. I'm even told some individuals have been found in bushes in a horrible state. No, Madam Chair, these are not my honourable predecessors. They are not even members of the other place. Instead, they are the names of just some of the peacocks which reside in the beautiful surroundings of Pitting Creek Park in Dunfermline, who only last week were awarded the freedom of the city. Madam Chair, I am sure my immediate predecessors for the seats that now make up the constituency of Dunfermline and Dollar will not object to being upstaged by the peacocks, but I would like to place on record my thanks to both Douglas Chapman, MP for Dunfermline and West Fife from 2015 before retiring prior to the election, and to John Nicholson, the member for Ochil and South Perthshire. Douglas and John worked hard on behalf of their constituents in the best and truest tradition of public service, and I wish them well. Madam Chair, I would also like to thank my immediate predecessor for the Labour Party, Thomas Docherty. Thomas is still known by many in this House, and we should remain grateful to him for proposing first the idea of recalling MPs, although I suspect that gratitude is perhaps felt by myself and some of my colleagues than some of the members opposite. Madam Chair, my aw-dad sense of humour is something I was accused of having long before I had children, and where better than a debate on railways to put some of that reputation to the test. So I will steam ahead with my remarks, do my utmost to stay on track, hoping to reach my destination on time and not come up against the buffers of your patience. Madam Chair, I have never served in the armed forces, but I was raised in a family which did. I know much of the sense of public service I hope to bring to my contribution to this House is rooted in the values of members of my family that have done so. My grandma Margaret Dewhirst was a plotter for the RAF during the Battle of Britain, with the air raid sirens next to her playing a part in the deafness she suffered later in life. My grandpa served in the Royal Signals in campaigns in North Africa, Italy, including at Monte Cassino, and later with the UN in Korea. My parents, Jim and Cathy, were both members of the Royal Observer Corps. Indeed, that was where they met, and I'm very proud that they're in the public gallery today. When I was 6, they took what I now realise must have been an incredibly brave decision, moving our family to Berlin, where we lived on RAF Ghetto for 3.5 years. Many of my early memories are from here, and it shaped the rest of my life. I played football with FC Westend, a German club based nearby. The death of Rudolf Hess was historic, but meant I got a day off school. And the defection of a Soviet general saw my sister locked in the cellar of an air traffic control tower for hours. Now, Helen has always been a very supportive older sister, but I would be lying if I said there hasn't been some times when I wish they might have just left her locked there just a little bit longer. But it was an early November morning in 1989 that truly shaped my politics. I was woken at 2 a.m. by my dad, who sat me down in front of a German TV channel proclaiming, "This is history," as I watched as tens of thousands of people scaled the Berlin Wall, heralding the beginning of the end of the Cold War and moves toward a united Germany. Madam Chair, the events of 1989 taught me that oppression is not, cannot, and never will be either acceptable or effective and neither should it be tolerated. I want to take this opportunity to add to the sentiment across this House that the UK will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes to fight the aggression of Vladimir Putin. Madam Chair, he may hold the honorific of President, but a dictator is a dictator, as many before have warned before from these benches. It is that history, that privilege of observing good triumphing, that makes me immensely proud to be subserving the constituency of Dunfermline and Dollar. The area has a proud military history, and with the Royal Navy base HMS Caledonia, one that continues today. The Firth of Forth was a regular home to the Grand Fleet. Throughout the 20th and 21st century, the ships and sailors that protected us then and continue today have called that part of West Fife their home. This does allow me to mention Rachel Squire, who some members may remember was the member for Dunfermline and West Fife before her sad death in 2006. She led the successful battle to save the dockyard at Rosyth, and it remains a vital and major asset to the local economy and to our community. I visited the dockyard just last week to see the progress on the construction of the first 2 Type 31 frigates and was impressed by the talent and dedicated workforce who build and maintain the warships that keep our country safe. As the world continues to look to Britain for leadership and security, we must never forget the communities and workers who are the backbone of a deterrent and strength that so many depend on. Madam Chair, I'm afraid it is back to the bad puns as we ride the rails again from Rosyth to Dunfermline, Scotland's ancient capital. Close to Pittingreave Park and the preening peacocks, you will find Dunfermline Abbey, the resting place of Scotland's kings and queens, including Robert the Bruce, and the birthplace of Charles I. Close by is the birthplace of Andrew Carnegie, the great Scottish businessman and philanthropist. He valued and promoted industry, innovation and education with a global view of Scotland and the UK. His legacy of libraries and education is strongly felt in Dunfermline and around the world, no more so than in the United States and institutions such as Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh. However, a local historian told me that after Andrew's death, his widow employed a certain Mary Ann Cloud as a domestic servant in her home in New York. Answers on a red baseball cap for why I might not want to dwell on that connection too much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, as I continue my journey, sadly poor rural transport means a replacement bus service is required as I take you to Dollar, a beautiful village at the foot of the Ochil Hills. I held an excellent surgery there just this weekend, and I'm very tempted to return this weekend for the village's annual beer festival, and I'm seeing beer as a theme which keeps continuing throughout members' maiden speeches that we've heard since the election. Dollar is perhaps most famous for Dollar Academy, and despite cordial disagreements over some certain aspects of the Labour Party manifesto, I am very grateful and would like to put on record the excellent work that they do with the local community and schools in the area to share their own learning and experience. Travelling back towards Dunfermline, Madam Chair, you will find the railway tracks once again. These tracks transported coal from mines in nearby villages like Oakley, Comrie, Valleyfield, Siân and Steel End, and were more recently used by the former Longanic Coal Power Station near Kincardine. And let me say, Madam Chair, as the member with a constituency with a proud history of mining, I was delighted to stand on a manifesto that will end the injustice of the miners' workers' pension scheme. Yeah. At this point, I will mention just one more of my predecessors, Gordon Brown. He was elected as the member for Dunfermline East in 1983, and in preparing my speech today, Madam Chair, I read his incredible first contribution to this House, and I would urge other members to do the same. A powerful speech focused on the need to tackle unemployment. With this new Labour government investing in green jobs, manufacturing and infrastructure, we will have the opportunity to make the constituency of Dunfermline and Dollar and sites such as Longanic a driver of the Fife, Scottish and UK economy once again. Tackling unemployment by establishing new industries and expertise that will help the global fight against climate change. Madam Chair, I began this speech by talking about the contribution of family and my optimism for the future, and I will begin winding up in the same vein. First, I want to take a moment to thank my wife, Jen. It's very simple. Without her love and support, I would not be standing here today, and again, we have heard that across this House during maiden speeches, the importance of family. Madam Chair, I believe all members of this House will be aiming to make even the smallest contribution to creating a better community, a better country and a better world for our own families and future generations. I want my 2 daughters, Hannah and Ailey, and all children, regardless of where and how they start their life, to be able to grow up in a world where there exists the opportunity for their own aspirations and ambitions to be met, nurtured, supported and fulfilled. And again, that is something we've heard very powerfully through the speeches just this afternoon, Madam Chair. As the Dunfermline-born author Ian Banks wrote, the future remains malleable and retains the possibility of change. These are wise words, Madam Chair, which I will try and remember as I work across this House to create that better future. Thank you.
Yeah. Rebecca Smith to make her maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is a pleasure to follow the maiden speech of the Honourable Member for Dunfermline and Dollar, and I was especially interested in his recollections of 1989 and the fall of the Berlin Wall, which is one of my early political memories as well, although I'm obviously on the other side of the House as a result. I also was very interested in your comments on Monte Cassino, which might make sense later on in my speech. Madam Chair, I'm incredibly grateful to the people of South West Devon who put their trust in me on the 4th of July, electing me to serve them here in Parliament. Starting out in this place just a few short weeks ago was almost a quarter of a century to the day that I first set foot in Parliament. Forgive the cliché, but if you had told 18-year-old me, who was spending a week's work experience with the MP for South West Devon, Sir Gary Streeter, that one day I would follow in his actual footsteps, I would not have believed you. Everyone I have met since entering this place who knew my predecessor tells me that I have big shoes to fill. For some, that might seem daunting. After all, he is a size 10 and I am a mere size 4. However, knowing Sir Gary as I do, in fact, having known him since we first met at a Kylie Minogue concert in 1991, where we both enjoyed her rendition of The Locomotion, I am honoured to be able to follow his footsteps and the legacy he has left. After 32 years as a Member of Parliament in this place, his legacy is one of kindness, integrity and a deep commitment to the people of South West Devon. I know there are members on all sides of the House, past and present, who appreciated his wisdom over the years, something that he will tell you comes from his deep Christian faith. I am grateful that I still have access to that wisdom, given that he is now one of my constituents and that I also share his faith. Unsurprisingly, though, while Sir Gary achieved a huge amount for our constituents, there are issues affecting South West Devon today, long-term battles that he fought that remain in need of a victory. One such issue relates to our Great Western Railway line through Devon. Today's debate therefore provides the perfect opportunity to commit myself to the fight for a better railway service to the far reaches of Devon and the South West. Following the devastating floods at Dawlish in 2014, the previous government did much to safeguard the line through Devon. The sight of a railway track suspended in mid-air with nothing between it and the sea is not easily forgotten. Therefore, I will be campaigning alongside cross-party colleagues to see the new government commit to completing the remedial works at Dawlish. They must also ensure that forthcoming HS2 works at Old Oak Common in London do not hamper the progress made on our journey times between London and the South West. The main line through Devon does not just take holidaymakers to our beautiful counties, it is vital for those who live and work there too. The west side of Plymouth is served effectively by several small stations, but to the east, in my constituency, there are very few options for train travel between Plymouth and Totnes, 30 minutes away. Indeed, the current level of service makes a mockery of the existing park and ride by train that is advertised as you drive down the A38. Therefore, I will continue to fight for cross-country trains to call at Ivybridge Station, not just services from Great Western Railway. As the population of that town of Ivybridge and nearby Sherford grows, having adequate access to mainline train services closer than Plymouth, Totnes, or indeed in some cases Tiverton Parkway is essential. To see the full economic benefits of the Plymouth and South Devon Freeport, with its key sites at Langage and Sherford, we must see the delivery of a metro railway, linking Plymouth with Tavistock and Ivybridge, including a stop in Plympton. It would also enhance connectivity for the Dartmoor villages, which are now a welcome part of South West Devon following the recent parliamentary boundary changes. The previous government's plan to reopen the line between Plymouth and Tavistock is critical to delivering this metro service. Therefore, I call on the new government to push forward with this proposal and enable us to get this metro scheme off the ground. I can only hope that the new government is committed to supporting these much-needed improvements in South West Devon as it is committed to the new legislation we are hastily debating today. A bill which seems to indicate ideological time travel back to the nationalised railway system of the past and a mistaken belief that state-run institutions are the answer to all our woes. Our railway system needs to drive forward into the middle of the 21st century, not creep backwards to the 1970s. In the case of South West Devon, this means the difference between reaching our full potential or missing the mark. Madam Chair, I waste the opportunity to extol the virtues of South West Devon further, though, if I leave things here. Yes, transport is a big issue locally, whether the need for a bus route between Plymstock and Plympton, cycle paths in the South Hams that do not require mountaineering experience to navigate, and improved junctions on and off the A38 at Lee Mill. But allow me just a few moments to introduce you more fully to South West Devon. South West Devon has to be one of the most unique constituencies in the country. I challenge you to name another constituency anywhere in the country with our combination of urban and rural, moorland and coastal communities. Combine the city suburbs of Plymouth, the ancient stannery town of Plympton, and Plymstock with its rich maritime history, with the rural South Hams and Dartmoor National Park, the thriving town of Ivybridge, the inland and coastal villages and farms of the South Hams, the historic country estates of Fleet and Maristow, the villages on the edge of the Tamar Valley, rugged Dartmoor farms and villages. South West Devon is home to a new town of Sherford, the soon-to-expand community of Waughwell, and Royal Marines 4-2 Commando at Buckley Barracks. So much history, so much beauty, and so many wonderful and unique communities, indeed too many to list here and be finished by the adjournment you will be pleased to hear. Life has dealt me experiences which have turned into passions that I am determined to build on here in Parliament. I have spent the last 6 years working for the Commonwealth War Graves Commission, hence the comment on Monte Cassino. Travelling around the southwest, sharing the stories of the men and women of the Commonwealth who the Commission commemorate across the world, I have developed a lifelong passion for this wonderful organisation and the importance of keeping the stories of those who fell alive. I know all members have recently heard from the Commission about those commemorated in their constituency, and I would encourage you to get in touch with your regional public engagement coordinator if you'd like to know more. Growing up, my parents, who are here today, offered up their home as foster parents. This experience has left me with a deep interest in the care system and how we enable care-experienced young people to have the future they deserve. Whilst there are those in this place who are far more experienced in this field than me, my interest does span over 2 decades, and I am determined to be a voice for these young people. Finally, having started my elected career in local government, I bring with me experience of a range of issues, including working to tackle violence against women and girls. Enabling women and girls to feel safe and be safe in their communities, and in my community in South West Devon, is a long-term challenge. Yet, having chaired the Plymouth Violence Against Women and Girls Commission and seen the cross-party determination to deliver on this here in this place, I believe we will see the societal change we fight for. In 1919, Plymouth, which makes up a significant proportion of my constituency and is my home city, saw its Member of Parliament, Nancy Astor, become the first female to take a seat in the House of Commons. Since then, there has been a female MP representing at least a part of Plymouth for all but 11 years. The longest gap in female MPs was from 2017 to 2024, so I am delighted to have brought an end to the drought, picking up the baton of Plymouth's 6 former female MPs and also becoming the first woman in South West Devon. And as Nancy Astor herself said in her maiden speech just over 100 years ago, honourable members should not be frightened of what Plymouth sends out into the world. After all, I suppose when Drake and Raleigh wanted to set out on their venturesome careers, some cautious person said, "Do not do it, it has never been tried before." But on the whole, the world is all the better for those venturesome and courageous West Country people. And I would like to say that I am quite certain that the women of the whole world will not forget it was the fighting men of Devon who dared to send the first woman to represent women in the mother of all parliaments. Madam Chair, fortunately, I am venturing out from Plymouth in the well-worn footsteps of the women and men who have gone before me, and buoyed by the courage of the people of South West Devon, men and women who voted to send me to this, the mother of all parliaments, to fight for them and our special part of Devon.
Jen Craft to make her maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's the honour of my life to address this House today as the Member of Parliament for Thurrock, my home, and to speak in this important debate on the future of our railways. I'd like to congratulate the member for South West Devon for her passionate speech, infused with pride for the community she serves and a strong commitment to her new role, particularly to helping the people of Dawlish rebuild after the flooding and to speak up for those who have experienced the care system. I'd also like to congratulate the member for Dunfermline and Dollar on such a brilliant speech that was infused with peacocks and train puns, which I will not try to outdo. So I will steam ahead, get back on track, and diesel power on with the main body of my speech. I'd like to begin by talking a little bit about my predecessor, Jackie Dole Price. While our politics are different, she served our community for 14 years and was a vocal campaigner against violence towards women and girls, both in this country and internationally, highlighting the role that rape and sexual violence plays as a weapon of war and the lifelong impact these appalling crimes have on women and girls here in the UK. She was a strong supporter of SERIC, the groundbreaking rape and abuse service based in my constituency, who found her a listening ear and a vocal advocate for their work. I will ensure that I carry on this relationship and that I continue this work. I'd also like to thank the former Member of Parliament for Barking, Margaret Hodge, who gave me my first job in politics and taught a newly graduated, idealistic young woman that politics is more often than not about who gets the potholes filled, the grass verges cut, and people's individual problems solved than the big issues of the day. Moreover, she taught me that being a visible, vocal advocate for one's constituents is the fundamental job of being an MP. In doing so, she defeated the extremists of the British National Party by demonstrating that politics can be a force for good. Work I was extremely proud to play a part in at the time, and something that I will continue to take forward to counter the threats from extremism and populism that our communities face today. She has also shown kindness and support, as I, like many others in this House who are new, struggled to navigate the early days of this unique role. It is an incredible privilege to have the honour of representing my home in this place. Thurrock has had representation from across this House since its creation in 1945, but this is the first time that someone born there has addressed you as the Member of Parliament for Thurrock. Madam Chair, I am that much unfairly maligned of creatures, a true Essex girl. And while I prefer Dr. Martens to white stilettos, I am extremely proud of the county of my birth and the history of our community and the people who live there. Thurrock has a fighting spirit, playing an important role in the decoy operations prior to the Normandy landings in the Second World War, and provided a muster and departure point for those leaving to take part in the D-Day operations. Several hundred years earlier, Tilbury is where Queen Elizabeth I rallied her troops before fighting the Spanish Armada, famously declaring, "I know I have the body of a weak and feeble woman, but I have the heart and stomach of a king, and a king of England too." The Empire Windrush landed at Tilbury Docks in 1948, bringing those who answered the call to help restore and rebuild our country after the Second World War. A permanent exhibition, Tilbury Bridge Walkway of Memories, is a moving testimony to those who came, but unfortunately is currently closed as a side effect of the Tilbury to Gravesend ferry ceasing to operate for the first time in nearly 600 years. Something for which myself and the member for Grahame are determined to rectify. Further down the river, you can find the Purfleet Heritage Centre, which among their extensive collection of local and military memorabilia also hosts an exhibition honouring the contribution of the Gurkha regiments to our armed forces, reflecting the significant Gurkha and Nepalese community who have chosen to make Thurrock their home. The museum's well worth a visit, although I would take anything one of the volunteer guides tells you about the etymology of Purfleet, deriving from an exclamation of, again, Elizabeth I, "my poor fleet," with a pinch of salt. The towns of Tilbury and Purfleet are just two of the many that make up Thurrock. Averley, Ockenden, Stifford Clays, Chefford Hundred all have their stories to tell. And one reason why I'm so pleased to be making my maiden speech today as part of the debate on the Passenger Railway Services Public Ownership Bill is one of the uniting factors of all of these towns is the role they play as key commuter locations for jobs in the City of London and the Docklands. Journeys which are primarily made using the rail network. The public ownership of our railways, delivering a better service and better value for taxpayers' money, will make a daily difference to the lives of many of my constituents, and indeed many of my friends and family. And to finish, I would not be here without the support of many people, but in particular, my family, my children, my mum and dad, my husband Ali, a stronger or kinder partner you would struggle to find, Mike and Sue, my in-laws. It really does take a village. And I'd like to share my own personal story about my motivation for being here. Beyond the love of my community, beyond my desire to serve. Almost 7 years ago, I found out that the baby I was carrying had Down syndrome. A rug-pulling, life-altering moment that I didn't realise, but I wish I had, would be the making of my family and the start of a truly incredible journey. As the actress Sally Phillips says, the SEND Parent Club is the one no one wants to be in, but once you're there, you realise that all the best people are. However, the world doesn't work for families like mine. It doesn't work for children like mine. It doesn't work for people like me and my daughter. When I received her diagnosis, I made her a promise that I would do everything I could to make her life easier. Little did I realise that it would lead me here. So, Madam Chair, I'm here to serve my community, to speak up for the home that I love and the people who live there. And if by living here, I can make a difference to the lives of children and families like mine, I will consider it a job well done for however long my constituents may opt to keep me.
Yeah. I call Ollie Glover.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak in support of Amendment 20, tabled by my honourable friend, the member for Bath. This amendment would create an independent body to ensure that scrutiny and transparency are at the heart of the public service train operating contracts the government proposes to award. With the end of competitive tendering of franchise contracts, which historically, despite their flaws, have contributed to some improvements to cost control and passenger growth, this will at least ensure that quality and accountability are present in the process, and they will be important. While I welcome the government's desire to improve our railways, it is important that there is accountability and to remember that public ownership and direction have historically caused problems as well as improvements. Although the majority of current train operating contracts are in the private sector, since the pandemic they have been subject to even more significant direction and sometimes micromanagement by the government than before. My journey into London today shows how the public versus private debate is not all that is needed to improve our railway. At Didcot Parkway this morning, only 1 out of 3 ticket offices was working and 2 out of 4 ticket windows were closed. That led me to miss train number 1, a private sector set of problems, and then the next couple of trains I wasn't able to get because of public sector problems in the form of Network Rail signalling problems. Again, the ideology is less important than the delivery. Within Oxfordshire, there are many examples of actions that have had negative effects that have been taken with at least partial public sector approval or sign-off. These include withdrawal of HST trains from Great Western Railway, leading to intercity trains with fewer carriages elsewhere. Cross Country's current temporary timetable, leading to major service gaps through Oxford, particularly in the evening peak period, which I'm pleased to say the Secretary of State has heavily criticised, and timetable cuts on Chiltern since the pandemic, combining with rolling stock reliability problems which contribute to overcrowding. Ensuring that the best public sector quality arrangements are put in place will make it easier for the government to focus on the investment our railway needs, so it can play its full part in the economic transformation our country deserves. Examples of proposed beneficial projects in Oxfordshire include a new station at Grove, a new Oxford to Whately railway, completion of East West Rail to Cambridge, Didcot to Oxford electrification, passenger trains on Oxford Cowley branch, and, as my honourable friend, the member for Bistock and Woodstock, said, an effective solution for the impact on local traffic of Bicester-London road level crossing.
Will he give way?
Yes.
I thank him for giving way, and I agree with everything that he says. I just wanted to say congratulations on her wonderful maiden speech. It is something that we shouldn't... You should have to sit down. It's just something we shouldn't forget, but there are so many new members, and it was such a wonderful speech, and I wish her and her daughter all the best on her journey. And I'm sure at the end of his speech he also wants to mention the maiden speech.
Yes, you're absolutely correct, and I do apologise I omitted to do that. Yes, your passion and tribute to your constituency was very clear, and it was very touching and moving to hear about your child and your family, and I know that you'll be a great champion for SEND provision going forward. In conclusion, I hope the government will extend its passion for public ownership to investment in the rail infrastructure that we in Oxfordshire need, and as many other members have said, the rest of the country will benefit from. Thank you.
I call Jonathan Hinder.
Actually, Madam Chair, but thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Thurrock, on her maiden speech. I'm not sure I can compete with one which ranges from Essex Girls to Elizabeth I, but I will do my best. It's an incredible honour to stand here today as the newly elected Member of Parliament for Pendle and Clitheroe, where I grew up, the place that made me. As a member for a significantly redrawn constituency, I want to begin by paying tribute to both of my predecessors, Andrew Stevenson on the Pendle side and Nigel Evans on the Clitheroe side. Andrew Stevenson, most recently a Minister for Health, following a number of other government roles, was a widely respected constituency MP who worked hard for Pendle for 14 years. Nigel Evans was a parliamentarian for 32 years who loved working in this place. He served as its Deputy Speaker in 2 spells and brought great distinction to his role. And I wish them both well for the future. I also want to pay tribute to 2 of my Labour predecessors, Gordon Prentice and Sidney Silverman. Gordon was the Labour MP for Pendle from 1992 to 2010, and he was a principled, independent-minded MP whose work on right-to-roam legislation improved access to our countryside for all. Sidney Silverman, MP for the predecessor seat of Nelson and Colne for 33 years, stands as a true giant of parliamentary history for his leadership in the campaign to abolish capital punishment. And it is an honour to follow in the footsteps of 2 men who fought so passionately for justice and human dignity. Madam Chair, Pendle and Clitheroe is an area that has a rich history, stunning natural beauty and a strong sense of community spirit. From Barnoldswick, Barrowford, Clitheroe, Colne, Earby, Nelson and Worley, to our villages that stretch to the edges of the Ribble Valley, the Pennines and the Yorkshire Dales. Every part of this constituency has its own unique identity. And at its centre stands Pendle Hill, a landmark that unites us, dominating the landscape on both sides of this new constituency. Pendle Hill is not just famous for its witch trials, though they often steal the spotlight, but it's also been a source of inspiration for radicals and nonconformists who've left their mark on history. It was on Pendle Hill that George Fox experienced the vision that led to the founding of the Quakers. We can also claim Catherine Bruce Glazier, a formidable Christian socialist and founding member of the Independent Labour Party, who lived in Earby and championed the rights of working people. And then there's Selina Cooper, a hero of the suffrage movement who emerged from working in the mills from age 12 to lead the charge for women's rights. Pendle was a powerhouse of the Industrial Revolution, driven by its iconic cotton mills. And that same grit and ingenuity that saw our mills thrive continues today in world-class engineering firms like Hope Technology. Their track bikes, designed and manufactured in Barnoldswick, were ridden by Team GB to break a world record 3 times and secure a gold medal at this year's Olympic Games. But, Madam Chair, while we celebrate our past and present achievements, we must face the challenges of today. Pendle has the highest rate of child poverty in the entire country, so I will be focused on the material needs of ordinary people in my constituency, reducing the cost of living, rebuilding our public services, revitalising our high streets, and supporting our local businesses to create good, meaningful jobs. And I will champion our local farmers so that we can boost food security and sustain the rural economy that forms an important part of my constituency. Madam Chair, I want to touch on my background as a former police inspector. We saw the best of British policing just a few weeks ago. In the face of violent disorder aimed directly at them, our officers showed great courage, professionalism and restraint, working long, hot shifts in full riot gear, many on their cancelled days off, with thousands of other officers redeployed at a moment's notice to plug the gaps in day-to-day policing. I want to express my deepest gratitude to Lancashire Police and to the thousands of my former colleagues nationwide for their service to our country. Yeah. Where others seem intent on undermining our police, I look forward to being an outspoken advocate for policing in Parliament. The demands on policing have grown dramatically in recent decades, with increased reporting of domestic abuse, sexual offences and fraud, while policing has also felt the strain of other public services, which have been run down and are not fit for purpose. The criminal justice system, mental health services and children's care. And as we rebuild our public services, and we will, we need to simplify the policing mission, which has become blurred and, frankly, too broad. Let us decide what we really want from our police. And that means deciding what we don't want our police to do, too, where policing stops and other public services are better placed to step in. If we can provide that clarity of purpose for our officers, then we can create a better police service, which is more focused on preventing and investigating crime. Madam Chair, I'm delighted to be making my maiden speech during a debate on taking the railways into public ownership. And I commend my right honourable friend, the Transport Secretary, for the speed with which she is set to work in her new office. But on the subject of speed, in my constituency, the Clitheroe to Manchester train takes 1 hour and 20 minutes to travel a mere 30 miles. The Colne to Preston train takes 1 hour and 15 minutes to travel just 25 miles. Both offer 1 diesel train per hour, and they are totally unreliable. And while public ownership is by no means a cure-all, this bill is a crucial first step in creating a reliable, well-integrated railway that serves every part of our country. Because regional inequality in our country is stark, and we need serious investment in infrastructure, like reinstating the short rail link between Colne in Lancashire and Skipton in Yorkshire, if we're to see small towns in the north of England thrive and prosper. I believe public services should be in public ownership, and the railways are no different. So I'm delighted to support this bill. In conclusion, Madam Chair, let me finish by saying to every one of my constituents in Pendle and Clitheroe, whether you voted for me or not, I will be your champion. I will fight for you. It is my privilege to serve you.
Yeah. I call David Smith to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a real honour and privilege to be able to make my maiden speech today as the House debates the role of our railways. Before I continue, I must give credit to all of those who have given their maiden speeches today. It's quite daunting, the prospect to follow you all. I must comment on a few of the maiden speeches. some amazing journeys to bring people here. I think of the member for Sheffield Central, the member for Lagan Valley, and it's quite inspiring to hear your stories. I must comment on the Honourable Lady for South West Devon's speech. As mutual friends of Sir Gary Streeter, it must have been quite a sight to see him do the locomotion all those years ago. Madam Chair, it is of special importance to me to talk about the debate today on the role of our railways. The East Coast Main Line goes right through my constituency. In fact, I think about half of it, because we're the third largest constituency in England, with stations in Morpeth, Anmouth and Berwick. And today we're debating the government's plans over time to put the railways back into public ownership. Some might say into public service. And that's really what I want to address today, the idea and ideals of public service. All of us are here to serve the public, but we can only serve here because of the people who have gone before us, the people who support us, and of course the people who vote for us. So firstly, my thanks must go to the people of Northumberland, to those who voted Labour for the first time, and indeed whether they voted for me or not. I will serve you to the best of my ability. My thanks also go to my family, first and foremost my wife, daughter and son, who are my bedrock and frankly whose patience with me is astonishing. But also to the generations that have gone before. When I think about public service, I think of my grandparents' World War II generation. And we've already heard about Monte Cassino a couple of times. Well, my grandfather fought at Monte Cassino and El Alamein and elsewhere, and it would have been beyond his wildest dreams that his grandson would one day be standing here. Speaking of those who have gone before in public service, I must recognise the great work of my predecessors as members of Parliament for what is now Northumberland. Firstly, those two political peas in a pod, the Right Honourable former member for Berwick-upon-Tweed, Anne-Marie Trevelyan, and my honourable friend, the former member for Wansbeck, now member for Blyth and Ashington. As a former miner and engineer, the honourable member for Blyth and Ashington will have a great interest in the success of the railways. And he has also served his constituents with great distinction and tenacity for many years now. Anne-Marie Trevelyan's public service included many significant roles in government, including as Secretary of State for Transport. And I'd like to thank her for her graciousness in the handover of the constituency casework. But I also must mention Lord Beath. Although he retired from this place in 2015, Lord Beath is still held in very high regard within Northumberland for his nearly 42 years of service. If I can earn just a small portion of the respect that he garnered, I will consider myself fortunate. And so now I pick up the baton, Madam Chair. And I confess that one of the first things that I checked with a name as distinctive as my own was whether I was the only David Smith MP elected on July the 4th. Imagine my surprise and disappointment then when the following day I received a congratulatory email from a Labour Member of Parliament called David Smith. Thankfully, Madam Chair, this particular David Smith MP is a member of the Australian Parliament. I am, for now at least, the only David Smith in this place. Now, it is convention for members to try and mention every settlement in their constituency when giving their maiden speech. I've mentioned that mine is the third largest in England, so it may be a challenge. It's also traditional for members of this place to make competing claims about how theirs is the most beautiful constituency in the land. So I'm pleased to be able to put this debate to bed. Surely it is a certainty that the land of Bamborough and Warkworth Castles, of Druridge Bay and Holy Island, of Rothbury, Wooler and the Cheviot Hills, of the historic county towns of Berwick, Alnwick and Morpeth is the most beautiful in England. And I will say that the number of members who holiday in my constituency would seem to confirm my conclusions. And for those of you who have travelled on the East Coast Main Line, through my constituency along our magnificent coastline, I'm sure you will agree. But North Northumberland is not only beautiful, it has produced and given a home to some of the most notable public servants in British history. Madam Chair, who can look past the role that Northumberland played in the establishment of early British Christianity? Now, the Northumbrian saints, especially Cuthbert and Aidan, are renowned for their faith, wisdom, compassion and miracles. Even if today, at least according to my daughter, the more famous North Northumberland resident with magical powers is a certain Mr. Harry Potter. Emily Welding-Davison, the suffragette from Morpeth, is another North Northumbrian who fought for what is right. Emily famously hid herself in the broom cupboard along the way here in Parliament on the night of the 1911 census so that she could record her address as House of Commons and confound those who would deny women the right to vote. I am delighted to follow in her footsteps. Likewise, William Beveridge, an MP for Berwick-upon-Tweed, authored the eponymous Beveridge Report that served as the basis for that great innovation, the welfare state, that the Labour government introduced from 1945, and what would so many of us do today without it? But North Northumberland is also home to vibrant and hard-working communities which serve in their own ways. Whether the fisheries of Amble and sea houses, or the farmers working the land right across the constituency from Alwynton to Norham to keep us fed, or the servicemen and women who are protecting the UK's airspace from RAF Boomer, the people of North Northumberland rightly take great pride in the work of their hands, in the county they call home, and the contribution that they make to the common good. And nowhere is this more true than the grand town of Berwick-upon-Tweed, with its historic walls and majestic bridges, one of which, the Royal Border Bridge, serves the East Coast Main Line. My particular favourite, though, is the Union Chain Bridge, for all that it represents in the union between Scotland and England. In North Northumberland, we truly have cross-border lives. Today, we have a choice to build either walls or bridges across that border, and as for me, I choose to be a bridge builder. Because the truth, Madam Chair, is that when it comes to transport infrastructure and even public service itself, we do have a choice. Will we use it for private benefit or for the common good? For me, the common good must be paramount. You see, despite the equal value we share by virtue of our humanity, not all of us have the same opportunities, the same start in life, or the same challenges to overcome. In my own constituency, I know that many communities feel left behind. Many feel out of sight, out of mind. And seeing the humanity in each other is a proactive choice. At times over the summer, some people in our country chose to ignore the humanity of others, with terrible consequences. Madam Chair, one of the most famous pieces of literature in our country's history, a national treasure, comes from my constituency, the Lindisfarne Gospels. How good it would be if they could return one day home to Holy Island, perhaps on the East Coast Main Line. But as beautiful as their calligraphy is, to me their primary value comes in the wisdom that they contain and the story that they tell. So as I set out in the task of being a Member of Parliament, my thoughts turn to the wisdom of another part of the same good book. In the book of Proverbs, chapter 31, it says this: "Speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves, for the rights of all who are destitute. Speak up and judge fairly. Defend the rights of the poor and needy." Madam Chair, as I conclude, I would suggest that these are wise words for all with a heart for public service, especially for those of us who call ourselves parliamentarians. As for me, this will be the axiom by which I expect my public service to be judged, however long I remain in this place. Thank you.
Yeah. Katrina Murray, maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for calling me in this debate on public ownership of rail. As a lifelong trade unionist who has spent the last 20 years campaigning to bring public services back in from the private sector, this, understandably, is an issue close to my heart. I congratulate all other new members who have made their maiden speeches today. I think one of the things that it has shown is that there is a passion across this House. There are reasons for being here. I very much appreciated the comments from the member from North Northumberland for reasons that might actually become apparent as we go on. It's a great honour to be in this place as the first member for the new constituency of Cumbernauld and Kirkintilloch, and my thanks are to people of the communities that make up the constituency for placing their trust in me. I wish to pay tribute to the work of my immediate predecessor, Stuart C. MacDonald, who was the MP for Cumbernauld, Kilsyth and Kirkintilloch East, for the for the last 9 years. And it's quite appropriate that I'm making this speech today as the ballot for the private members' bill is taking place over in the lobby, because he showed that with the progression of his private members' bill into law to protect the rights of parents of premature babies, that we can all make a difference when we work together as a house. However, as referenced in his maiden speech, the former member for Glasgow South was also Stuart MacDonald, and there had been a significant level of confusion that did continue. What you will not be aware of, though, well, the member for Middleton Bartonshire will, that there is a further complicating factor locally, in that one of the parts of the constituency, the Kirkintilloch East and Twecker Council Ward, is also very ably represented by Councillor Stuart MacDonald. I thank all of them for the commitment they have given to their communities. I also want to thank a further predecessor, Rosemary McKenna, who served the constituency initially of Cumbernauld and Kilsyth, and then Cumbernauld, Kilsyth and Kirkintilloch East, from 1997 to 2010. It was Rosemary who was one of the big influences on me as a young woman activist within the Scottish Labour Party that did bring me to this place. And she was one of the people that sat me down and said, maybe you should think about standing. The new constituency of Cumbernauld and Kirkintilloch literally runs from the boundary of Glasgow in Middleton to the boundary with Falkirk at Castlecarey, bisected along the M80 motorway. It is served by Croy Station on the main Glasgow to Edinburgh Express railway line, with Steps, Greenfalds and Cumbernauld being on the local line from Glasgow. Therefore, rail services are a vital part of a constituency where people travel to work. Whilst Cumbernauld Town was designated as a new town in 1955, it has a very rich history. From the weavers of Cumbernauld Village and Condorit, and the rich farmland between the Campsie Hills to the north and the Luggy Water to the west, there have been settlements here since before Roman times. The northern boundary of Roman Britain, the Antonine Wall, runs through the constituency. The Bar Hill Fort, garrisoned by people from across ancient Europe and the Middle East, established to protect the wall, is still accessible from Twecker. The evidence of our mining history in the constituency remains strong. From Kilsyth Victoria Cottage Hospital, which was one of the places in the constituency that I first went into work, the remnants of the miners' rows, which now remain as farm outhouses, or the vast swathes of new housing which had been built on former colliery land in Cadowan, Christon, Kilsyth and Twecker. Now, it's a far braver woman than me who will make particular comments about football in the week either leading up to or the week following an Old Firm game. But Cumbernaulds' most famous outing on film was in the 1980s Bill Forsyth classic Gregory's Girl. If you are not familiar with this film, it centres around a school football team who experience a significant improvement in form when one of the girls, Dorothy, turns up for the trials and subsequently plays up front as a striker. Now, this particular film is a firm Murray family favourite. When our house was burgled, when I was quite young, the younger members of the Murray family were probably more upset. The video which had Gregory's Girl on was in the video recorder that had been stolen. Yeah. So it is poetic that one of Scotland's biggest women's teams, Rangers women, play all of their home matches in Broadwood in Cumbernauld. And I'm sure that I can pass on the best wishes of probably most of the House when they face Arsenal's women's team in the semi-finals of the first qualifying round of the Champions League tomorrow. Now, as I've said, one of the big selling points of all areas of the constituency is its connectivity to Scotland's central belt cities. For this to happen, we need to make sure there's proper integrated public transport, which is based on public need, not just what and which routes are most profitable. Because it doesn't matter which part of the constituency I am in. What people want to talk to me most about is public transport. Whether it's an amended rail timetable, which means there are no services after 10 a.m. on a Sunday, or a bus service that gets cancelled because there's no cover, which allows the driver to take a break. During the summer holidays, the youth group at Twecker Healthy Living and Enterprise Centre planned a day trip to Millport using the bus service. Involved multiple buses, ferries, but it required phoning round to get lifts back to the village for the last leg of the journey, as the Twecker bus stopped running at 5 p.m. that night. Like most of us, I've spent more time than is healthy considering the basis of my politics, the basis of my values. And one of the benefits of being later on means that we've been able to listen to the maiden speeches of so many other members. And when the Honourable Member for Dumfries and Galloway made his maiden speech, he spoke about Galloway dairy farms. And that was important to me because I immediately thought of my grandmother. She grew up on one of those farms, the oldest daughter of the dairyman. She was bright. She passed through 11 plus and was entitled to a place at the grammar school. But in the 1920s, dairymen's daughters didn't go to grammar schools. Certainly not if you were the eldest and you had 6 younger siblings. She never forgot this. And in her children, in her grandchildren and her great-grandchildren, there was an expectation that we would take all the educational chances open to us and fight for them where they weren't obvious. We were expected to stick in at school, go to university, and when we were qualified, we were to embrace a life of service. I'm proud to come from a family of teachers, of doctors, of civil servants, of health workers, of school staff, of social care staff. I'm also proud that my parents are being able to be here today to this. We were supported to challenge when things weren't fair and to stand up for ourselves. So it's probably no surprise that I ended up as a trade unionist in the health service, fighting for public services and never shutting up. But for the whole of my working life, I've worked in partnerships and tried to build alliances between workers, between communities. Many of the communities of Cumbernauld and Kirkintilloch are at a point of transition, and it is in that spirit of partnership and alliance that I will work to strengthen the bonds that bind our people together. I will work in this place as I will in Cumbernauld and Kirkintilloch to confront the challenges we face around these points of transition, to ensure that it is what unites us that guides us. We have heard across this chamber this afternoon all of the points that do unite us. Let's not focus on difference. We should focus on areas of agreement, Madam Chair, because we cross paths far more often than we cross swords.
Maiden speech, David Pinto-Dyczynski.
Madam Chair, and I'd like to start by thanking my honourable friend, the member for Cumbernauld and Kirkintilloch, on her witty and passionate speech. Her commitment to public service and her drive to improve the lives of her constituents shines through. I'd also like to take this opportunity to compliment all those who've given their maiden speeches today. The standard has been exceptional. What an honour it is to speak after so many inspiring colleagues. And what an honour it is to give my first speech in this chamber during a debate on the future of our railways. So many of my constituents depend on Mill Hill Broadway and Hendon stations, and this bill, bringing the railways back into public ownerships, placing passengers at the heart of our rail system and ensuring value for money for the taxpayer, will make a real difference to them. Getting the management of our railways and the numbers underpinning them on a sound footing is crucial. And I think I can justifiably claim to have a strong personal understanding of just how important it is to get your numbers exactly right. Because, Madam Chair, if you ask me to think of a number, I don't need to ponder long. My lucky number is 15. Why? Because 15 is the size of my majority in Hendon. I have the honour of holding the smallest majority in Parliament. It reminds me every day who sent me here, who I serve in this place, how grateful I am to the people who voted for me, and how life turns on the very smallest of margins. So I pledge now to serve the people of Hendon, no matter how they voted, with every fibre of my being. Small margins run as a theme in our family. 2024 is the 80th anniversary of my father being smuggled out of the Munkac ghetto in what is today Ukraine. In April 1944, my infant father was herded, along with the rest of the Jewish population of the town and surrounding countryside, into the crowded, squalid ghetto. Thousands jammed into barely more than a handful of city blocks. But on the 5th of May, 1944, a Christian woman, pretending to be his mother, spirited him out. Just days before, over 28,000 people, including, unfortunately, many members of my own family, were put on trains to Auschwitz, never to return. Small margins, Madam Chair. Small margins and the kindness of strangers. As a child refugee, he landed up in London and was given great opportunities by this great country. His story inspires me every day and reminds me of the importance of compassion, courage, and the bonds that connect us all. As I talk to people in Hendon, I hear so many similar stories. Stories of refuge and rebirth, of contribution and belonging. Our Jewish community, our Somali community, our Afghan community, our Iranian community, our Tamil community, those who have recently arrived from Hong Kong, our Nepalese community, many of whom served so valiantly in the Gurkha regiment, our Filipino community who do so much for the NHS, our Gujarati community, the list goes on. So many wonderful communities enriching this, the greatest of cities. Hendon, in its diversity, represents what this country can be at its very best. It brings together not just different communities, but different places, from Burnt Oak to West Hendon, from Colindale to Edgware, from Mill Hill to Hendon, all stitched together by the backbone of the Northern Line. Our vibrant mosques, synagogues, temples and churches, community organisations like the Centre of Excellence in Grahame Park, exceptional charities like Gift and Quicheron in Hendon, the Royal British Legion in Edgware, groups like Friends of the Welsh Harp in West Hendon. We are blessed with organisations and inspiring people who work hard every single day to make our community a better place and help others. We're the site of the first Tesco shop and of London's first airport, home of Saracens Rugby Club and the RAF Museum, one of the epicentres of the fight against COVID with the Health Security Agency labs, home of the beautiful Welsh Harp and of sweeping views from Mill Hill. What a privilege, Madam Chair, to represent such a place. But, small margins are never far from the surface. Too many households in our community struggle to get by, their ability to cope resting on the finest of margins, just one paycheck away from catastrophe. More than a third of children in Hendon are growing up poor after housing costs. In places like Colindale and Burnt Oak, the figure is significantly higher. That must change. Tackling this unfairness and disadvantage is what motivates me to be here. It's why I'm determined to use my experience from many years working in business and from my time in government at the Treasury, the Home Office and the Prime Minister's Strategy Unit to bring change and deliver for the people of Hendon. And I will never forget those who went before me as members for Hendon. I want to pay tribute to Dr. Matthew Offord. He represented Hendon for 14 years, and I am grateful for his work on behalf of residents and for his advocacy as chair of the APPG on explosive threats for a landmine-free world. I want to thank Andrew Dismore. Andrew was the personification of a dedicated constituency MP. Even today, 14 years after he left office, residents still talk of him. The impact he made was immense. And there's someone else I'd like to mention. A giant of our politics, someone who touched the lives of millions and who I was privileged to serve as an advisor at the Treasury. And that's Alistair Darling. If I can summon up just a small portion of his decency, his resolution in crisis, his clarity in chaos, his composure when so many were losing their heads, not to mention his Sahara dry wit, I will be doing very well indeed. He embodied our mantra of country first, party second. And we miss him. I was also lucky to work with Charles Clarke when he was Home Secretary in the aftermath of the terrible 7/7 attacks in our capital. He showed what strength and determination looks like on those darkest of days. Now, Madam Chair even, you may have detected by now that I have a slight stammer. As a child, I could not even say my own name some days. Mind you, there are still people who have that trouble today. It's not their fault. It's part Ashkenazi, part Sephardi, and wholly unpronounceable. But I know I am not alone in overcoming a stammer. Bevan had one and overcame it by reciting the poetry of William Morris. But in my case, it was not poetry, but the NHS that came to the rescue. Dedicated NHS speech therapists worked with me for years, and that means that I can talk to you, that I could stand up in class, stand for Parliament, and be here today. They gave me my voice, so I can now give voice to others. And I'm determined to pay this forward, fighting for world-class NHS speech therapy for all those who need it. Treasury bench, take note. But, Madam Chair, we are all beyond lucky to be on these benches, no matter how we got here, whether our majorities are 15 or 15,000. I hope we all remember why we are here, to serve our constituents, serve our communities, serve our country, to remain true to our principles and conscience, to avoid being dazzled by the theatre of this place or tempted by its theatrics. I believe politics is ultimately about the practical work of changing people's lives for the better, about helping others, about serving our community and the common good. And especially at a time when we have seen record numbers of anti-Semitic incidents and a surge in Islamophobic attacks, it's about coming together and acting with purpose to confront hatred and make sure all in our community can feel safe. Madam Chair, when I think of our duty of service, I think of the woman who took my father from the ghetto and saved his life. I see her face every day in the people I seek to serve. I reflect on the small margins that make big differences and how what we say and how we act impacts on the lives of others. Whether it's uniting to tackle hate or building bridges across communities and across this house, I pledge to honour her example, reflect that spirit of service in everything I do, and work hard every day to serve the people of our country and the people of Hendon. Thank you.
Yeah. Rachel Taylor, maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's an honour to follow my honourable friend, the member for Hendon, and particularly his eloquent speech without hesitation, talking about his history and his ancestors and the struggles that he's personally faced. Thank you. It's a great honour to make this speech during the Passenger Railway Services Public Ownership Bill. This bill is important to me and to my constituents, who faced many years of disruption and confusion, because our trains and stations are operated by different companies. This bill will bring our trains back under the control of the public sector, generate investment in our stations, and make it easier for constituents like mine to book, travel and book tickets. And hopefully it means that our rail services can be made truly accessible for disabled passengers, with support and help always guaranteed. First, I want to pay tribute to my predecessor, Craig Tracy. Craig was hard-working and served our constituency well. He did important work for breast cancer awareness and raised questions in Parliament on issues that matter to our constituents. He was supportive of local events. I'm sure constituents and members of this House will join me in thanking Craig for his work and wishing him and his family the best for the future. I also want to pay tribute to my friend Mike O'Brien, the Labour MP for North Warwickshire between 1992 and 2010. While in Parliament, Mike held numerous ministerial positions. He was on the Home Affairs Committee that helped increase the number of refuges for victims of domestic violence. As Minister of State for Pensions, he worked on the Pensions Act of 2008, which improved working people's pensions. And as Minister of State for Health Services, he negotiated compensation for victims of thalidomide. I appreciated his help and guidance during my campaign. He was well loved by his constituents, and I hope to live up to his legacy. I've always been someone who gets stuck in to change things that need changing and to speak up against injustice. That started from a young age, growing up in North Warwickshire when I campaigned for girls to be able to wear trousers at my school. I credit this attitude to my parents. My dad's family couldn't afford for him to stay on at school, so he left to become a trainee mining surveyor and went on to do qualifications throughout his working life. He became one of the youngest magistrates in the country, worked in urban renewal in Birmingham, and in his spare time drew plans to help individuals and community groups secure planning permissions and pay for our many summer holidays. And my mum worked as a registrar for births, deaths and marriages and was the local parish council clerk, but still found time to make most of my clothes. And I thank them both for being here with us today, along with my partner, who's been a great support throughout this campaign. Dawn, thank you. Both my parents were driven by a desire to do their best for their family, and they instilled these values of public service and hard work in me, and supported me and my brother to follow our passions. I went to my local comprehensive school, which has evolved to become what is now the Queen Elizabeth Academy, a school that's made great strides to improve attendance and results, but still struggles with inadequate facilities. I worked as a tennis umpire at Wimbledon for 10 years, and I've watched in recent years as grassroots tennis has flourished and become more inclusive, particularly at my local club in Coleshill, part of the legacy of Sir Andy Murray and the valuable work of the Lawn Tennis Association. I remember as an umpire trying my hand at wheelchair tennis, which the professionals make look so much easier than it actually is. So it was wonderful to see Lucy Shucker bearing the flag for Team GB at the Paralympics and to see British players doing so well at the US Open. Even in my 50s, I was honoured to play tennis for my county of Warwickshire. Now I can reflect on how much sport and drama have contributed to my life and the lives of those I've met through these activities. For me, sport and drama were drivers of social mobility and helped give confidence and aspiration to so many young people, breaking down barriers to opportunity, which is why I will work hard to make sure young people gain access to activities and local facilities that have sadly been lost across the country. I went to university in Leeds in the mid-1980s, in the midst of the Thatcher government's attack on working people and the divisive dialogue which made it frightening as a time to come out as gay. 1988 saw this place pass into law Section 28 of the Local Government Act, banning schools from telling young people that it was okay to be gay, so that a generation of young people were frightened, bullied and held back. I played my part in the protests against Section 28, and I was proud that the last Labour government did so much to improve rights for our community. This August, research by the Campaign Against Censorship and reported by Stonewall showed that even in this day and age, LGBT books are being removed from school libraries after complaints. And last week, the TUC reported the shocking news that over half of LGBT workers have experienced bullying, harassment or discrimination at work. It's important to take stock, to recognise the great strides we've made towards equality and the important strides that our incoming Labour government will make, including the vital ban on conversion therapy and the commitment to ensuring that young trans people receive high-quality health care. So I want to assure my constituents and LGBT people across the country that I will work hard to protect the important gains we've made and to tackle the oversimplistic and often hateful discourse that we hear about trans people, just as I campaigned against Section 28 almost 40 years ago. In my 30s, I retrained as a solicitor and I went into property law because it's property that shapes our lives and our communities. from the building of new leisure facilities to the provision of affordable homes. There's nothing like the feeling of working with someone through the ups and downs of buying their dream home. Sadly, though, through my career, I've watched as fewer and fewer young people are able to realise that dream. That's why I'm proud to be part of this government that knows that the security of affordable housing is something nobody should ever be without. I'd like to pay tribute to those people I've worked with throughout my career and recently at Evans Derry Solicitors, who've ensured the people of Atherstone and Coleshill have access to high-quality legal services on their doorstep, and were incredibly supportive of me becoming their next MP. North Warwickshire and Bedworth is where I grew up, and I'm so proud to be representing the place that I've spent most of my life. It's a thriving mixture of towns and villages that are way too many to mention, and is part of Britain's impressive history of coal mining and industry. Today, it's the logistics golden triangle in the Midlands and home to FedEx and Aldi, as well as many smaller family-run businesses in the sector. That's why I'm delighted that I'll be joining the Freight and Logistics All-Party Parliamentary Group to represent businesses and workers in my constituency, to work with them to tackle freight crime and to address the skills shortages. Atherstone is a market town famous for its hatting industry and has retained its traditional charm, including the Shrove Tuesday ball game, where grown men and women kick an oversized ball up and down Long Street for 2 hours until the final klaxon sounds, declaring whoever is holding the ball the winner. It's a historic tradition that's been played for over 800 years. It's a sight to behold and certainly isn't a game for the faint-hearted, a bit like politics sometimes. Coleshill is a market town named after the River Cole, with a long history as a coaching town. And I've had the pleasure of meeting residents at the Coleshill Warm Room and have played tennis there for many years and can say it's a wonderful community that I'm proud to represent. I'll work closely with businesses across the constituency like HD Brigham & Co, Tow Trust Tow Bars, JLR, BMW, Bristol and LTS Global Solutions to make sure the local community is benefiting from the innovation taking place in my constituency. LTS Global recently let me take a trip in one of the first electric HGVs on the road in the West Midlands. These companies show that green energy solutions are possible and bring investment into our communities. The world-class golf resort of the Belfry is in my constituency, where just a few days ago we enjoyed the British Masters Golf, hosted by Sir Nick Faldo, and I learnt about their Eagles programme, an innovative programme training young golfers. Bedworth, though, is the largest town in our constituency. It used to be a coal mining town too, and contributed to the textile and ribbon weaving industries. My granddad was a coal miner, so I remember the impact that the mine's closing had on our communities. It's also why I'm pleased to say that the Newdigate Colliery Social Club and the Miners' Welfare Park remain as proud reminders of the town's history. In the centre of Bedworth are the Nicholas Chamberlain almshouses, which are managed by the Trust and remain in use for their original purpose, an indication of the kindness of those in Bedworth over many generations. The local school is named after the benefactor, and I have been lucky enough to meet teachers and sixth form students here, and at the nearby Ash Green School, and to help the students with their important road safety campaign. I recently visited the Bedworth Civic Hall to watch their first show in July after reopening as a volunteer-run venue. This is a fantastic example of why we need community arts and what can happen when local groups of volunteers get together to save our community facilities. Bedworth is home to several thriving companies producing high-quality goods, like Toy Kenning and Spencer, which specialises in Masonic wear and ribbons. They also supply buttonholes for the OBE insignia. In Exhall, Premier Group produced 12,000 Olympic torches for the 2012 Olympic Games. Bedworth is very proud of our Armistice Day Parade, one of the largest in the country, held on the 11th of November every year, and I will be honoured to attend and pay my respects to the members of our armed forces, past and present. The constituency is blessed to have so many smaller picturesque villages that I've explored over the years through many walks in our beautiful countryside, followed by visits to our great local pubs, like the Rose in Baxterley, the Office in Wharton, the Horse and Jockey in Bentley, Ostrey's the Bird in Hand, the Plough at Shustok, the Beehive in Curdworth and the Blue Boar in Manchester, to name only a few. But I can assure my constituents I will continue to visit them all and all of our beautiful and unique villages. North Warwickshire and Bedworth face two big local transport issues which I will begin to tackle immediately. The first is the A5. Improvements from the M42 to the A426 would enable our local authorities to plan for the future and unlock economic potential for the constituency and across the West and East Midlands. The second is HS2. Delays and uncertainty have disrupted the lives of my constituents, especially those in Water-Orton, without seeing any benefit. Despite this disruption happening daily, there has not been adequate recognition of the effect this has had on the lives and health of local residents. Bringing trains back into public ownership is the first step to fixing some of the transport issues we are facing, which is why I support the bill put forward today by the Secretary of State for Transport. I want to finish my first speech in Parliament by thanking the people of North Warwickshire and Bedworth for sending me to this place to do this very special job. The people of my constituency are down to earth, straightforward, direct, honest, hard-working people. These are the values that I was raised with, and these are the values that will continue to guide me in my role. I'm so very proud to be representing North Warwickshire and Bedworth and all its towns and villages, my home, and I have not underestimated the challenges ahead. I promise I will work hard and do my very best for all of my constituents and stay true to my values for as long as I have the honour of representing them in this place.
Yeah. We now come to the front benches and I call the Minister, Simon Lightwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honour to serve under your chairmanship. I should like to begin by thanking honourable members on all sides of the House for their amendments and for their considered contributions this afternoon. And can I first of all commend those members who have delivered some fabulous maiden speeches today with such quality, passion and dedication to serve and a love for their communities. It makes me really proud to be a member of this House, and I'm certain that the memory of delivering your maiden speeches will live with you forever. I will begin with Amendments 18 and 8 to 12, tabled in the Honourable Member for Faversham in Mid-Kent. These relate to monitoring, reporting and scrutinising the impacts of public ownership and the effectiveness of train operators. Amendment 18 would require the publication of two reports. The first outlining the anticipated impact of public ownership. This would simply duplicate the impact assessment published earlier this year and therefore will be redundant. The second report would assess the actual impact of public ownership some years after implementation. A wide variety of data is already routinely published about both public and private sector train operators' performance. This includes reliability, punctuality, service quality, customer complaints and financial performance, amongst other measures. The bill does not change any of that, and there is no need to wait 5 years to consider whether or not train operators' performance is improving. Amendment 9 would require the Secretary of State to procure independent reports about the costs of government of the contracts awarded to public sector operators. The Department already publishes information on payments made to operators, whether private or public. There is therefore no need for the taxpayer to fund a separate body to report the same data. Nevertheless, the Honourable Lady is entirely right to take an interest in the cost of these contracts. In that spirit, I would gently remind her that ending the taxpayer funding of private profits will result in an immediate and enduring reduction in these costs. Amendment 9 also raises the specific question of whether public ownership will expose the government to liabilities that have previously sat with private operators. Under the current National Rail contracts, the government funds the costs legitimately incurred by train operating companies. This includes, for example, the net operational cost of running services and the cost of meeting pension liabilities. Prior to the pandemic, franchised operators bore some cost risk, but were protected by the taxpayer against, amongst other things, inflation and, in more recent contracts, risk on movements in pension deficit recovery payments. The franchising system meant that bidders simply priced any change into their bids, in liabilities into their bids, meaning that the taxpayer was exposed to liabilities in the long term. Public ownership, therefore, does not materially change the government's exposure to liabilities in the long run. Amendment 10 would require the annual reporting to Parliament on various aspects of the performance of public sector operators, and Amendment 12 would require the independent report on the impact of public ownership on the performance and efficiency of the UK rail network. Again, data is already published on a wide variety of aspects of train operator performance, including the Office for Rail and Road in its role as a regulator. The bill does not change that. The Office for Rail and Road also provides independent scrutiny of the performance and effectiveness of Network Rail, enforcing compliance with its licences and conducting 5 yearly reviews that set its funding and what must be delivered with that funding. Amendments 8 and 11 look to require independent monitoring of the financial and operational performance of public sector train operators. The Department holds train operating companies to account for their financial management through regular reviews of their management accounts and business plans. This applies to both public and privately owned operators. In addition, in England, publicly owned operators are overseen by DfT OLR Holdings Limited, known as DOHL, a holding company owned by the Secretary of State. DOHL is experienced in reviewing and monitoring the financial arrangements of the companies it manages and is building its capacity, contrary to what the Honourable Lady said, is building its capacity in readiness to take over more services. At the same time, public ownership will reduce the other contract management costs because there will no longer be the same commercial tension between the taxpayer interacting with private profit. Amendment 8 refers specifically to the auditing of publicly owned train operating companies' accounts. It is already the case that DOHL and the operators it oversees must publish their audited accounts annually. Turning now to Amendment 11. Train operators already monitored under their existing contracts against targets for punctuality, reliability and service quality. They are also held to account for managing within preset cost budget limits each financial year. Driving up operators' performance in these areas is vital, and the government will continue to review train operator performance regularly in these and other areas. This has been an early priority for my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State. For example, in her first weeks of office, ministers held meetings with the managing directors of Avanti West Coast and Transpennine Express and their Network Rail counterparts to set clear expectations for immediate improvement. In parallel with these arrangements, the government is developing detailed proposals for holding the future Great British Railways to account for performance. This will form part of the broader package of reform that will set out in the forthcoming Railways Bill. We expect these arrangements will be in place long before the 5-year reviews proposed in a number of amendments tabled today. Amendment 11 also refers to performance improvement plans. Mechanisms to require improvement plans are already a feature of the government's contracts with both public and private sector operators. The Secretary of State has recently put in place formal remedial plans with Cross Country in view of its unacceptable levels of cancellations and service reductions. Finally, Amendment 11 raises a question of senior management remuneration when performance is poor. This is a matter that can be considered when remedial plans are being put in place, taking account of the circumstances in each case. Amendment 11, also tabled by the Honourable Member for Faversham and Mid-Kent, and Amendment 20 from the Honourable Member for Bath, both propose additional procedural steps to be followed before a contract is awarded to a public sector operator. Amendment 19 would require the Office of Rail and Road to publish an opinion on the practicability of transferring services to each public sector operator. Clearly, it is vital that services transfer to public ownership smoothly, without detriment to the quality of service during the transition. For this reason, the transfer of services will take place using a well-established arrangement and process. DOHL has significant experience of managing the transition of services from private to public operation in recent years. These transfers have been, I will not give way, you've already had plenty of time to put your case. These services have been completed successfully and smoothly despite the challenging timescales and circumstances, which have included financial failure and poor operator performance. We've also made clear that we will transfer services on a phased basis as existing contracts expire over the next few years. This is a measured, responsible approach that will further de-risk the process. I would add that the bill does not alter the Office of Rail and Roads' role in granting the operators licences and issuing their safety certificates. In this role, the Office of Rail and Road already independently assesses the suitability and readiness of any operator, public or private, to take over services and operate them safely. In light of these safeguards, the Government does not see the need to commission further analysis from the Office of Rail and Road, as this amendment proposes. On Amendment 20, the Department for Transport has already awarded multiple contracts to publicly owned operators and has considerable experience of managing them in practice, taking legal, financial and technical advice as needed. We consider a new independent advisory body to be an unnecessary additional step which would add cost and risk delaying progress. I can assure the Honourable Member that the Department for Transport is conducting a full review of the standard terms of service contracts that are entered into with public sector operators, reflecting that the public sector operation is to be the Government's long-term approach, not just a temporary measure of last resort. Turning to Amendments 13 and 14, Government does not consider it appropriate to spell out these kinds of specific contractual requirements in primary legislation. Taking this approach would risk constraining future flexibility to adapt operators' contractual obligations to suit changing circumstances. On Amendment 13, specifically, it would not be efficient for the taxpayer to require up to 14 different operators in England, plus those in Scotland and Wales, to each pursue their own separate wide-ranging innovation strategy. Indeed, a key purpose of our wider reform plans is to drive a much more coherent cross-industry approach in these kind of areas. On Amendment 14, I would question why the four groups identified, how they were identified, while clearly, of course, very important, should be singled out for a specific mention, when there are many other relevant considerations to take into account in service design. The interests of the taxpayer, freight users, people with disabilities, residents of urban areas, to name just a few. The list could be endless. And surely the important point is that decisions about future service levels should take into account all relevant considerations. Turning to Amendment 1, tabled by my honourable friend, the member for Blackley and Middleton South, this amendment would remove the power of the Secretary of State to continue existing franchises. I'm happy to reassure my honourable friend that this provision is included in the bill as a contingency measure only. It exists in case a short continuation is needed to ensure that services transfer to public ownership smoothly and without disruption to passengers. It is intended to be used only in exceptional circumstances and only for so long as necessary to ensure the smooth transfer. It would be available to the Secretary of State only, and I quote, it would not be reasonably practicable for a transfer to proceed. Any continuation would be limited by procurement regulations to a maximum of 2 years duration, but in practice we'd expect that to be much shorter than this. The power is clearly transitional in nature. Once the last services are transferred to the public sector, it will no longer be relevant, and Clause 2 therefore gives us the power to repeal it in its entirety. This is a sensible, pragmatic precaution that exists simply to smooth the transition to public ownership and protect the travelling public from disruption. I hope this explanation offers my honourable friend some reassurance. I move now to Amendment 6 from the honourable member for Moray West, Nairn and Strathspey. The bill does not affect the provision of rolling stock. It would not be responsible or affordable for the government to take on the cost of renationalising billions of pounds worth of rolling stock at a time when there are so many other urgent pressures on the public purse. However, public ownership will open the door for a much more coherent approach to planning the longer-term rolling stock needs of the whole industry. And once Great British Railways is established, planning the provision of rolling stock across the network will be one of the many areas where a single directing mind for the railway will add real value. We will develop a long-term industrial strategy for rolling stock which supports manufacturing, innovation and interoperability and aligns with the wider objectives of the industry. This will look to end the boom and bust cycle of rolling stock procurement, ensure sustainable pipelines of future work and consider the best financing structures for future orders in partnership with private capital. I can assure the honourable member for Easington that we will consider the points that he has raised as we undertake work on this. And my officials are engaging with Eurofirma to consider the potential for the UK membership and the role it could play in the UK market. We'll set out more plans on this in due course. A report mandated in primary legislation is therefore, in the government's view, not necessary. Turning to Amendment 7, tabled by my honourable friend, the member for Derby North. This amendment seeks details of the government's proposed approach to procurement and the impact of public ownership on the procurement process and the supply chain. My honourable friend is absolutely right to highlight the crucial role of the broad and diverse private sector supply chain in helping to deliver high-quality rail services. And I very much welcome the contribution made by businesses in my honourable friend's constituency and right across the country. I can assure her and those businesses that innovation and technical progress will remain as fundamental as they have ever been in delivering improvements for passengers, cost efficiency for taxpayers and benefits for the environment. In terms of the impact of public ownership, I can confirm that there will be no immediate impact on the approach to procurement when services transfer. Existing private sector operators are already required to follow the same procurement rules as the public sector operators. And again, under the government's reforms, Great British Railways will provide a much clearer long-term direction across the whole railway system, giving businesses in the supply chain the certainty and confidence that they need to plan, invest and innovate for the future. Moving to Amendment 15, tabled by the honourable member for Faversham and Mid-Kent, considers the potential effects of the bill on open access operators. This bill is specifically about the ownership of services that are currently operated under the contract with the Secretary of State and Scottish and Welsh ministers. Public ownership of these services will not prevent open access services from running as they do now. The report proposed in the Honourable Lady's amendment is therefore unnecessary. However, I would like to take this opportunity to reassure her about the role of open access in future in the context of the government's wider reforms. How we make use of the network capacity and grant access is fundamental to the performance of the railway and what it delivers for all its users. Open access operators such as Hull Trains, Lumo, Grand Central are a valuable part of our railway. We're keen for services such as these to continue to operate alongside publicly owned services where they add value and capacity to the network. Turning next to the Honourable Lady's Amendment 16, with which I will also address Amendment 22 from the Honourable Member for Bath and Amendments 2 to 5 from the Honourable Member for Brighton Pavilion. All of these touch on the role of devolved and local authorities in planning and delivery of rail services. Amendments 16 and 22 each refer to exemptions granted under Section 24 of the Railways Act of 1993. These are exemptions that allow services in London and the Liverpool City region to be procured by the relevant authorities in those areas, outside of the franchising system. The bill makes no change to these existing arrangements, and it will remain for those authorities to decide how best to deliver the services for which they are responsible. Amendment 2 to 5 would allow the Secretary of State, Scottish and Welsh ministers to award contracts to companies owned by certain elected public bodies. While the government is committed to strengthening local involvement in the planning and delivery of rail services, it will be important to ensure that this is done in a way that does not undermine the plan for Great British Railways to act as a directing mind that provides coherence, consistency and clarity for the whole railway. To support this, the government intends to award contracts specifically to public sector companies owned by the Secretary of State via DOHL.
thankful for him giving way. Our amendment is, of course, not just about the current arrangement with like Merseyrail and London Transport. It is much more about having the discussion how in future local authorities and local areas can enter into franchising agreements if they so wish to do.
I don't think the bill stops them from doing that now, though we have no plans to extend it at the second. Looking ahead to the Railways Bill, the Government has already said that there will be a statutory role for devolved leaders in Scotland, Wales and Merrill combined authorities in governing, managing and planning and developing the railway network. This will ensure that decision-making is brought as close as possible to local communities. Turning now to Amendment 17, the member for Faversham and Mid-Kent, which proposes an independent body to advise the Government on employment terms and pay for rail staff under public ownership. This is an important issue and one the Government is determined to get right. My officials are at the early stages of exploring a number of options, including a pay review body, so that we can consider the most appropriate approach to meet the needs of a transformed industry. Last but by no means least, I come to Amendment 21, tabled by the Honourable Member for Bath, which deals with fares, ticketing and passenger compensation. Naturally, we are keen to see rapid progress in these areas. We're committed to reviewing the overly complicated fare system, changes already being delivered by extending pay-as-you-go in the South East and through fares reform on LNER. We will explore the options for expanding ticketing innovations like digital pay-as-you-go and digital season tickets across the network. And we will hold operators and, in due course, Great British Railways accountable for progress on these vital reforms. We also intend that a powerful new passenger watchdog, the Passenger Standards Authority, will independently monitor standards and champion improvement in service performance against a range of measures. Madam Chairman, I will end by thanking honourable members on all sides of the House for their contributions to this afternoon's debate. I hope my responses will have provided the explanations and reassurances that colleagues were seeking, and that this will enable them to withdraw their amendments and support this bill at third reading.
Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's a pleasure to conclude this committee of the whole House for the opposition and to have been able to sit and listen to another set of distinguished maiden speeches from members across the House. And I join the Minister opposite in the tributes he's paid to the speeches on the government benches. And in particular, I'd like to pay tribute to the member for Thurrock for her moving remarks about the commitment she has to her daughter, and to the member for Hendon and his powerful remarks about how his life is inspired by the bravery of the woman that saved his father's life. And on our side, we had maiden speeches from members for Bridlington and the Wolds and South West Devon. The member for Bridlington and the Wolds did a fantastic job of selling the tourist credentials of his constituency and proudly declared himself as the member for both pigs and lobsters. And I'm sure the passion he has for the place he grew up will serve his constituents well. The member for South West Devon spoke proudly of the history and beauty of her constituency, and I know the House will be richer with her experiences working for the War Graves Commissioner and in her interest in foster caring. We also heard from the member for Aldridge-Brownhills, who used her experience as a rail minister to clearly explain the changes that we do need and sought, as we have said, and highlighted the lack of evidence and the arbitrary nature of the government's approach, and also highlighted the lack of thinking of the implications for this bill at a local level for projects like the West Midlands Rail Hub. Which brings me to the matter before us, when I'm afraid my ability to find words of praise dries up. As my honourable friend, the Shadow Transport Secretary, outlined earlier, today we have been asked to rush through a major change to the operation of our railways on the back of a rushed second reading and without all the benefits of a full bill committee. What exactly was it about giving stakeholders in the railway industry the chance to share their views in bill evidence sessions that the Secretary of State was so afraid of? Stakeholders. I wonder what might have been raised by witnesses. Perhaps it would have been the fact that this facade of a simple solution to the challenges on the railway presented by the Secretary of State has already fallen away in the intervening weeks since second reading. During her second reading speech, the Secretary of State praised the already nationalised LNER service, whilst chastising private sector operators, warning them that they need to get their house in order. I can't decide if the leadership of ASLEF are just being unkind to the Secretary of State or have a mischievous sense of humour, because the day after crudely championing the no-strings deal that they secured from the government, where did union bosses announce where they intended their next round of industrial action to be? No, not on one of the private sector operators the Secretary of State is rushing to wrestle back into public control, but on the publicly owned and run LNER. There could be no more of a definitive answer as to the question of whether this bill is going to make any real difference than that. If public separate operators are the answer, she might want to ask ASLEF why they describe their public sector managers as brutal, bullying promise breakers. And the risks to passengers and taxpayers are also in stark headlights. Thankfully, the industrial action has been called off. Though passengers' travel plans were disrupted this weekend, it seems we will avoid a protracted strike. But what concessions were made to ASLEF and what involvement did ministers have? We have no idea, just as we will have a similar lack of transparency in the future if this bill passes unamended. And what of the private sector operators that the Secretary of State has been so critical of, and critical of us for allowing to continue? What can we learn from her dealings with them? Despite all of her warm words to her backbenchers, what has she done using her existing contractual powers since second reading to bring operators like Avanti back into public ownership if she really believes it will make a difference? The Secretary of State has quite literally spent years repeatedly describing them as failing. She's now had almost 2 months to remove the franchise from them, which she could legally do if they are in breach of contract if, as she has repeatedly implied, they aren't delivering. But as I'm sure some of her backbenchers will have noticed, she hasn't. It is yet further proof that she knows who runs the railways won't make a material difference. The Secretary of State knows that bringing Avanti and others into public ownership will not miraculously solve anything. In fact, the 7 most punctual operators last year were private sector operators. And of the 7 worst performing operators for cancellations in 23-24, 4 were publicly run. In that context, at the opening of the session, the Shadow Transport Secretary outlined a number of important questions that I hoped the Minister would address and give answers to in support of his argument that we should be voting with him tonight. How will accountability for improving performance be achieved? How will costs be controlled? How will innovation and reform be driven forward? How will pay negotiations be conducted fairly for taxpayers? Basic questions that in 14 years they should be able to answer, but we come to voting on these tonight with these questions remaining unanswered. I want services to improve. In that regard, of course, we all want the same thing, but the bill as is has little chance of doing that. In fact, it will just make backroom deals, putting union bosses first, more likely, with no guarantees of improved performances for passengers. I respect and value railway staff, but governments, of course, have wider responsibilities to taxpayers. The government has the right, of course, Madam Chair, to proceed anyway, but our amendments are aimed to at least ensure accountability and transparency and make passengers and not union bosses the focus. Seeking to ensure the best use of the House's time, with the leave of the House, we will be withdrawing Amendment 18, but with the permission of the Chair, we will be seeking to move Amendments 14 and 17 as the ones most able to secure the best version of this bill. Amendment 14 makes crystal clear that the primary duty of the public separate operators is to passengers, that whatever ideological change this government is making to the ownership of the railways, that should never change. And Amendment 17 aims to prevent a repeat of the no-strings deal given by Labour to their union boss donors, ensuring that there is independence in the process. Labour ministers have again and again supported the importance of independent advice for determining the pay of public sector workers. Every single Labour MP voting against this amendment lays bare the stranglehold the rail union bosses have over their Prime Minister and their Secretary of State if they single them out for special treatment. They will need to justify to other public sector workers in their constituencies why rail union bosses are exempt from the same processes that apply to teachers, soldiers, nurses and millions of other staff. To reiterate, we on this side of the House are in agreement that change is needed. But practicality, what works, what should come first, that should come first, not this rushed ideological approach. Members on all sides of the House can see our amendments simply create safeguards for passengers and taxpayers and ensure transparency and fairness. I hope members opposite can see the benefit of that and feel able to agree that even if they are convinced of the benefits of nationalisation, there are better ways to do it than this. In that spirit, I call on them and all members to support our amendments and to deliver a better bill in the voter lobbies this evening.
Is it your pleasure that Amendment 18 be withdrawn? Amendment by leave withdrawn. The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. As amended, that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come on to Amendment 14 to Clause 2. I call Helen Whately to move Amendment 14. I beg to move. The question is that Amendment 14 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. No! Division. Clear the lobby. The question is that Amendment 14 be made. As many of their opinions say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes, we have Luke Evans and Paul Holmes. And tellers for the noes, we have Martin Cressley and Kate Dearden.
Ayes to the right, 111. The noes to the left, 362.
The ayes were 111, the noes were 362, so the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Order. Under the order of the House of the 29th of July, I now must put the questions necessary to bring proceedings to a conclusion. We now come to Amendment 17 to Clause 2. I call Helen Whately to move Amendment 17.
I beg to move.
The question is that Amendment 17 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. Question is that Amendment 17 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes, we have Luke Evans and Paul Holmes. Tellers for the noes, we have Martin McCluskey and Kate Dearden.
The ayes to the right, 113. The noes to the left, 372.
The ayes were 113, the noes were 372, so the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. We now come to Amendment 21 to Clause 2. I call Wera Hobhouse to move Amendment 21.
Move formally.
The question is that Amendment 21 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no.
No!
Division, clear the lobby. The question is that Amendment 21 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes, Alistair Carmichael and Jamie Stone. And tellers for the no are Martin McCluskey and Kate Dearden. Yeah?
the left 360.
Let's do that.
The ayes are 82, the noes are 360, so the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. Under the order of the House, 29th of July, I must now put the question that Clause 2 to 4 stand part of the bill, and that the schedule be the schedule to the bill as a single question. So the question is that the Clause 2 to 4 stand part of the bill, and the schedule be the schedule to the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. 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 Whip to report.
I beg to report that the committee has gone through the bill and directed me to report the same without amendment.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. I call the Secretary of State for Transport.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that this bill now be read a third time. It has been an extraordinary privilege to take this bill through the House as the first major piece of legislation to pass through the Commons under this Labour government. The work to rebuild Britain and return to a politics of service started the moment we entered office. We pledged to act decisively to get our country moving and our public services working. I set out my motto for the Department for Transport: to move fast and to fix things. And that's why this bill wastes no time in fulfilling one of our central manifesto commitments, calling time on the 30-year ideological privatised experiment on our railways that failed passengers, failed to modernise our railways and failed our economy. It's why this government has begun the work of reform by bringing services back into public ownership, so our railways will finally be run in the interest of passengers. Madam Deputy Speaker, there will be immediate benefits. Our railways will serve the British public, be they passengers or the taxpayer. And as we bring services into public ownership, we will drive up performance. We will remove the burden of the millions of pounds squandered every year in private sector management fees. We will bring services into public hands as soon as their contracts expire. But if operators fail to deliver in line with those contracts, if they continue to let passengers down time and time again, I won't hesitate to use every tool at my disposal to drive up standards, including terminating contracts early where appropriate. So in my meetings with Avanti and TransPennine, and in the Rail Ministers' meetings with Northern, LNER, East Midlands Railway and Cross Country, as well as their Network Rail counterparts, we have been clear that we will not tolerate the poor performance the last government tolerated any longer. And my officials will drive improvement using the mechanisms in those contracts. This work is already bearing fruit. Last week, LNER and ASLEF resolved their long-standing local dispute at no cost to the taxpayer, preventing 22 days of industrial action whilst ensuring an improved service for passengers. This saw no driver cancellations over the weekend and this morning, the first time this has occurred for many years. Last month, we ended the longest strike in our railway's history. A strike that cost the taxpayer hundreds of millions of pounds in lost revenue and cost the economy more than £1 billion. A strike that the opposite party deliberately prolonged and provoked at enormous cost to the taxpayer and passengers. Now, a passenger-centred railway needs workforce reform. I do not shy away from that fact. And as we move towards Great British Railways, we will waste no time driving those reforms forward.
It is an area where the party opposite totally failed. That's a quote from the former Conservative Rail Minister. He's no longer in this place, but to his credit, unlike his colleagues, he's at least had the decency to apologise for what he put our country and our railways through. Madam Deputy Speaker, we're under no illusion. This bill isn't a silver bullet. It's the first stop on our journey to a modern railway for a modern Britain. We will introduce separate legislation later in the session to consider wider reforms that are required, because fixing the industry's crumbling foundations is the only way to deliver lasting improvements that passengers expect and deserve. By providing national leadership and a single point of accountability, Great British Railways will bring track and train together. They will plan services on a whole system basis. They will increase innovation whilst cutting waste. They will put an end to outdated working and management practices, and they will end the operational meddling of Whitehall that has characterised the industry, particularly post-COVID. In short, we will create a simpler, safer and more reliable rail industry, relentlessly focused on passengers and growing our economy. Now, that, of course, can't happen overnight, but as Passenger-in-Chief, I'm not prepared to wait. That is why today I have laid a written ministerial statement formally standing up Shadow Great British Railways to bring together the department's passenger services, Network Rail and the operator of last resort. For the first time in 30 years, the railways will begin to act as one coherent system, with a political backing to make decisions in the public interest. Shadow Great British Railways will review performance and finances. They will begin the work to modernise our railways and unblock barriers to ticket reform, and they will start to make the urgent improvements now for passengers and freight. Before I finish, I'd like to thank my honourable friend, the member for Wakefield and Rothwell, for his excellent work supporting and dedicating his time to getting this bill through this House. I'd also extend my thanks to the clerks, the chairs and Parliamentary Council, and of course to my fantastic officials who have worked at pace and have done an excellent job supporting us in our first 2 very short months in office. Finally, I'm hugely grateful to honourable members on all sides of the House for their scrutiny and collaborative approach, and I'd like to add my congratulations to the many, many honourable members that we've heard give their maiden speeches throughout the passage of this bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill represents a line in the sand, showing a government that is willing to roll up its sleeves, do the hard work, to fix what is broken and reform what doesn't work. Getting this right matters. It matters for people up and down the country, for whom the railways are their route to opportunity. It matters for communities that need a reliable railway to support businesses, retain talent and attract investment. And it matters for this mission-focused government, because from economic growth to clean energy, the railways underpin our efforts to rebuild Britain and deliver hope and opportunity to everyone wherever they live. And with that, I commend this bill to the House.
Shadow Minister Helen Whately.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We recognise the government's mandate to nationalise the railways. We are not seeking to frustrate that, simply to improve their legislation. I have heard the arguments of members opposite in support of this bill and the Right Honourable Lady herself, but I remain unconvinced and unreassured. We agree that rail needs reform, but we disagree on how to do that. I thought we agreed that passengers are the priority, but it seems that we disagree on that too, because honourable members opposite have just voted against a simple amendment to make sure public operators serve the needs of passengers, including those in rural and underserved areas. I would have hoped that we could agree on the importance of controlling costs, including one of the biggest costs the railways face, that of the workforce, but again, we clearly disagree on that. We've seen the government cave into ASLEF's pay demands with their no strings, no modernisation pay deal, and now members opposite have voted against our proposal for an independent pay review body, a simple mechanism to help the Right Honourable Lady make sure she isn't just steamrolled into conceding to excessive and expensive pay demands by Labour's powerful union paymasters. However, I do welcome the hint from the local transport minister earlier that they may be considering something along those lines, and I do look forward to hearing more about that. Now, here we are on the third reading of this bill after just a few hours of debate. Rushing this bill through makes no sense at all. Why? Why? Is the government throwing a bone to their backbenchers in return for backing cuts to the winter fuel allowance? Is it to please the unions who donated to their campaigns? Is it a distraction from dodgy appointments and the conduct of their rail minister in the other place? Or is it perhaps that the front bench opposite believe this to just be a minor change, and that's why they think so little scrutiny and parliamentary time is required? But it's not. Can I urge the government to think long and hard about the amendments we have put forward? Although we don't agree with this plan, as I said, we do accept their mandate to deliver it. We are simply proposing sensible changes to protect passengers and taxpayers, and I urge them to reconsider during the Lord's stages of the bill.
Thank you. Minister to move the third reading. Formally, Minister to move the third... No? That's fine. Order, under the order of the House, 29 July, I must now put the question on third reading. The question is that the bill be now read the third time, as the many of their opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I'd like to move that this House do now adjourn.